Oh, howdy all. Grab yourself a drink. It is time for some PathOfExile discussion. Welcome to the 322 patch notes discussion live stream. We had some technical issues, but they seem to all be resolved now, and we are now going to be able to start this properly. So for those of you that are asking in chat what's been going on, there's been some changes on the back end of the YouTube live streaming setup that I didn't know about. And as a result, this has been a little bit of a mess to get started, but people are reporting in chat now that it is working. So sorry about all of that. If you're watching this after the fact, of course, feel free to have a bit of a laugh at me for having some technical issues there. 3.22 patch notes are out, and it's interesting that this is much less of a major change fest than we were expecting. There are some significant things in there, and we're going to go through all of those. But one of the things that's really noticeable is that there is a lot of discussion of changes that are specific to Ruthless. I think one of the things that's going on there is that Grinding Gear Games are using that game mode as a laboratory. So things that they're keen to just see if they work or not, see how they feel, they're getting experimented with in Ruthless in a game mode that less people play. And that is something that people can then play around with if they're interested in. But like Hardcore, like Solo Self-Found, Ruthless is a hard mode that's completely optional. Most players aren't going to play it. That said, I do find that it's quite a bit of fun up to yellow maps, after which I think it starts to fall off. Anyways, let us go through the major information that is coming out for today for patch 3.22. Firstly, there's a number of major things that are being added to the game. There is the Ancestor Challenge League, and the first thing that Grinding Gear Games always does with a set of patch notes is they give a high-level overview of the new league. This is stuff that we've already discussed a bit on this channel. So the key thing is that in the Ancestor Challenge League, you'll be able to enter into double elimination tournaments where you're going to be able to compete against other tribes and try to win various rewards. The Ancestor Challenge League will also be a fresh start economy. And so that's going to be something that you can opt into if you're interested. But something that I think doesn't get talked about enough with challenge leagues is that there are some people in PathOfExile that have more fun when they are playing the game outside of challenge leagues, because they like to be super powerful. They like to just dominate all the content in the game, and they might have a Mage Blood or a Headhunter in standard, and they're not able to replicate those items in the various challenge leagues. If that's you, there is nothing wrong with sitting out the league itself and playing the core game in standard. Ultimately, only you know which is going to be more fun for you. That's going to be something that is up to you as to whether it's going to be more fun, less fun. Make that decision on that basis and either play the new league or play in standard as fits you. That's the important thing to keep in mind. You don't need to feel that just because the most popular way to play the game is softcore, trade enabled, non-ruthless, Ancestor Challenge League, that you have to play exactly softcore, non-ruthless, trade-enabled, Ancestor Challenge League. Maybe you prefer Solo Self-Found, maybe you prefer Permanent Ruthless League. Whatever it is, that's up to you. All that said, we're not going to go in depth into the Ancestor Challenge League mechanics, because those are things that we've discussed a little bit in earlier videos, and there doesn't seem to be anything much new. The only thing that really is worth our while saying here is that there's some discussion here where silver coins are available. Silver coins were previously tied to a mechanic called Prophecy that was removed from the game, I think in 3.16, and the silver coins had an interesting drop mechanic. In Prophecy League itself, you would get one of them in every zone, and it would come from one random monster in that zone. In the later leagues after Prophecy went core, but before it was removed, Prophecies, the silver coins, I think were in 15% of zones. So there'd be a 15% chance that one random monster in the zone would be given a silver coin, and otherwise you would never have a chance of getting two or more of them in one particular one. So that is going to be the thing that we'll keep in mind. They may or may not do that, but I think it's quite reasonable to assume that they might decide to go with one silver coin per zone. So that's going to be something that we will see exactly what happens there. Next, we have the key thing, the really big thing that's going to change a lot of stuff is coming up in the new content and features, and it's going to be all the support gems. We want to discuss those in quite some length. Some of them we already knew about, some of them we didn't. So we're going to want to discuss those. They will be the single biggest change to the way that the game plays. Every time that the game has added major new support gems, they've had a big deal. I'm also monitoring all the things that are coming up into the chat at the moment. and I'm just going to try and drop those in every now and again. If there's questions that come up a bunch there, then I'll be able to discuss those. But I'm going to have a look and see exactly what's coming up a lot. I will miss a bunch of things though, so do keep that in mind. Also, yeah, it looks like there's some finally changes to five-way Legion encounters. That's going to be really significant. Like, in some ways, that's going to be a reduction of player power for people who are involved in just power leveling their character through giving other people in-game currency in order to power level them in the domain of timeless conflict. But it's also going to mean that there's going to be a lot more knowledge of the best builds in the league, because it's going to be a lot clearer. People are not going to be able to get to level 100 on complete dumpster tier builds. You can still get to level 100, then change a build into a meme build, but this is going to mean that the list of level 100 characters in a league is going to much more strongly align with the best characters in that league, and that is going to be really interesting, because that's going to mean that there's going to be a lot more information about what those best builds are. So in a lot of ways, actually, I think that for a lot of players, obliterating 5 ways, it's something I've wanted to see for a while. Obliterating 5 ways, if they have obliterated them, is going to be something that will increase player knowledge. And in fact, a bit of a tinfoil hat theory here, but I think the reason grinding gear games have left 5 ways in the game in such a broken state for so long, I think that reason was because they obscured what the best builds were. So let's have a quick look at that. But now we're going to have a quick look through and see all the stuff with the new content and features section, which, as I say, is one of the biggest sections that we have. So firstly, Forbidden Sanctum is in the core game. There's a whole new section about this, and we'll come to that in a sec. Now we have the support gems we didn't know about. Controlled Blaze is an interesting sounding one. This is for melee ignite, which is something that has not really been a thing, and it looks like supported skills deal more ignite damage for each ignite inflicted with them, but they deal less damage. So this is encouraging a really weird playstyle. This is not something that just goes on to traditional Earthquake Ignite builds. In fact, this feels like something that you want a skill that is doing melee damage very frequently. This is, I mean, honestly, this is for Vaal Flicker Strike. The more that I think about this, this is Vaal Flicker Strike Ignite build, which is peak meme build. This is going to cause the supported skill to deal more ignite damage for each ignite inflicted with them. Vaal Flicker Strike ignites an entire screen. So this is going to be, if anyone wants to live that dream of playing Flicker Strike, but not just Flicker Strike, but using the Vaal version, and not just killing monsters instantly and freezing them, but igniting them. If you want to do something as crazy as that, then Controlled Blaze sounds like it's ideal for you. This is going to be something interesting. Yeah, it is funny how people always talk about nerfs and then fail to notice just how much player power goes up, like how much over time all of the content in the game is getting easier. There are people in chat talking about how they think that this is a widespread nerf patch, yet we're in this situation where there was a time in the game where the Eternal Labyrinth was genuinely hard. There was a time in the game where the Shaper had 20% of his current hit points roughly, and this was an elite power gamer challenge only. There's been so much power creep since then that nowadays all of that content is now in this really awkward spot where it's too easy. Like some of those pieces of content are now accessible to quite casual players. Shaper a bit less so, but a lot of that content that used to be power gamer only is now in this really weird spot that doesn't need to get any bigger, where it's too easy for veteran players to have fun doing it, but it's too hard for casual players to approach. Peak example of that is Maven's Invitation, the Hidden. All that you get, if there's more power creep, like if grinding your games were to make Crucible Core, if they were to give a whole bunch of buffs here, buffs there, all it's going to do is push the current endgame down into that terrible spot where Maven's Invitation, the Hidden is, where it's not really fun for anyone, it's too hard for the casual player, it's too easy for the veteran player, and that's going to end up with a mess. Like, we're not going to have an endgame. You'll need a whole new endgame because you destroyed the old one, and you've then got all these extra chores that players need to do. So that's one of the things that always comes up when people are discussing nerfs. And I think one of the things that GGG get right overall, not necessarily every single time, but across game design as a whole, what they get right is making nerfs that make the game more fun while avoiding most of the ones that make it less fun, even if they get the occasional one wrong. Anyways, Control Blaze is an interesting support gem. This is going to be very heavily dependent on the numbers, and this is going to be a theme a lot while we're talking about the new support gems, because these are going to be the thing that's going to create new builds in 3.22. It's going to be the new support gems rather than anything in the way of major balance changes. A lot of these, though, we don't have numbers on them yet, and that's going to mean that we can't really work out exactly what's going on there. Next we have Corrupting Cry. This is something we already knew about. Supports Warcry skills, making them inflict corrupted blood on enemies affected by the Warcry or by the attacks that it exerts. This one's significant if you are in a situation where you can boost the gem level of a support gem way past 20. That's extremely hard to do, except with a little unique item called Forbidden Shaco. Remember that name, it's going to come up again later when we talk about, I think it's called Frigid Bond. Frigid Bond is the item, is the skill that's going to get the most out of Forbidden Shaco, but Corrupting Cry appears to be number 2. Other than that, Corrupting Cry is going to live or die based on its numbers like a lot of other gems, but it's something that seems mechanically very strong. So I think this could be interesting, either as a build that only uses Warcries, or as a build that is doing all sorts of things there. Questions come up in chat about alternate quality on these gems. The answer is we don't know as yet, but usually they will get an alternate quality, but this is not something that's absolutely guaranteed. I expect a lot of these will have alternate qualities. Some of them will be mostly rubbish, but it wouldn't surprise me if a couple of the alternate qualities are good, and I'm definitely looking with bated breath to see if Trauma Support ends up getting anything analogous to Divergent Bone Shatter. Divergent Bone Shatter is a transformative alternate quality on Bone Shatter, and so we'll see with Trauma Support whether it gets one like that. Next, we have the question of Trauma Support, which we've done a bunch of discussion on in another video already. This is a build your own Bone Shatter support gem. Bone Shatter's been really popular, but the key reason that Bone Shatter is so popular is not actually the trauma mechanic, although that is a part of it. The key reason is the shockwave on stun. This doesn't have the shockwave on stun, and so I think that Bone Shatter will probably be more popular unless Trauma Support's numbers are incredible. If Trauma Support's numbers are incredible though, it may be something that people use. Trauma Support also could very well be one of those rare support gems you don't want to level to gem level 20, but again, that's something we're going to have to wait and see hard numbers. In fact, Trauma Support more than any other support gem here, we need to see numbers on this at all gem levels. This is one that you don't just want to see the numbers at gem levels 1 and 20, like is enough to tell, say for instance, added cold support, whether it's going to be good or not. This is going to come down to the numbers at every gem level, because you might want to set it at 12 so the backlash damage is lower, or maybe the backlash damage is worth enduring for the power of gem level 20. All that is up in the air. We shall see exactly what goes on. Next, we have Volatility Support. This one's particularly interesting. This is something that is a support gem that only works on attack skills, so it doesn't work on your spells, but that is very heavily lightning aligned and also bleed aligned without saying the words lightning or bleed anywhere. So this supports attack skills, causing them to deal more maximum attack damage, but less minimum attack damage. The reason I say this synergizes with lightning is that lightning skills have very low minimum attack damage to lose and very high maximum attack damage already. That's just a general thing of lightning in PathOfExile. And the reason that I say bleed is because bleed, if you apply multiple bleeds to an enemy, only the top one applies, and that's going to be the really significant thing. That's going to mean that bleeds, your best ones applying, this is going to help you get that big bleed. You can attack things multiple times and you can then fish for it. So we're going to have to keep an eye on that, but ultimately Volatility Support, it's going to need good numbers to be good, but it could be quite good in both those contexts, lightning attack and bleed. And also you can have lightning based attack builds that might convert damage. They can still benefit fully from Volatility Support. So if you're playing, you probably wouldn't do this, but if you're playing Lightning Strike and you're converting your damage into cold by the use of Double Call of the Brotherhood, then that would be something that would work well with Volatility. The main reason that I say lightning on attacks, it's not so much the skills themselves as all of the boosts to damage on weapons and also on other things. If it's base lightning, it's going to get a lot there. Next, we have Flamewood Support. This is going to be supporting skills that summon totems, triggering Avenging Flame when a totem from supported skills is hit by an enemy. i.e. this is going to cause your totems to cause a backlash. Sort of trying to get a little bit of that totem explosion playstyle that we'll get to in a sec, because GGG have completely gutted the totem explosion stuff. Avenging Flame fires a mortar up in the air, which falls back down upon a target and deals area damage when it lands. This is mechanically quite bad, but does have a lot of synergy with the new Chieftain. So if the numbers on this are good, it's going to pull you towards playing a Chieftain. Something that needs to be said about the Chieftain Ascendancy in general is that Searing Bond's numbers are incredible. And it's a skill no one really uses because everyone's decided that if you're playing a Righteous Fire build, Fire Trap is a better auxiliary skill for most builds, but Searing Bond is, like, its numbers are slightly better than Fire Trap. It's just that it's too clunky to use. There's a number of things in the new Chieftain that support a setup where you use Searing Bond as your auxiliary skill instead of, or potentially even in addition to, Fire Trap. And I think that that's something to keep an eye on. That said, the sort of thought that I had in my mind, which was Searing Bond linked in a 5-link that also has Fire Trap in there, so it's a total of a 6-link, but one of the gems is Fire Trap rather than a support, because Searing Bond and Fire Trap scale off all the same support gems except for Trap and Mind Damage support. This is not going to have any use for Flamewood. Maybe Flamewood goes in there, but that's going to live or die based on its numbers. It's a very clunky setup, so I'm not excited by this. We'll have to have a look and see exactly what's going on overall. People are asking about the Lucky Damage Lightning Mastery. Yeah, it's not so much that the Lucky Damage Lightning Mastery is there, because you're right, it has been removed. There is an amulet that allows that, but it's not a mastery anymore. It's just that increasing the maximum damage has more impact on lightning skills. So that's a key thing there. People are talking about Scorching Ray Totems in chat as well. Scorching Ray Totems, I think, do have some potential, but they don't synergize with the new Chieftain Ascendancy, because part of the benefit of Scorching Ray Totems is that you can dance around the battlefield. The new Chieftain wants you to be standing still some of the time. The new Chieftain also has its taunts on the totems, which I feel is going to be less effective on Scorching Ray Totems, but Searing Bond, definitely, everything aligns. Like, everything aligns with the new Chieftain and Searing Bond as a gem. So that's one that we want to have a look at there. So yeah, Guardian's Blessing is next, and this one is interesting. This one brings back a playstyle that was present in patch 3.13, 3.14, I think was the last patch, and that was the My Golems Are Minions That Buff Me playstyle. It's not like it's completely dead now, and I actually temporarily, while I was in the middle of respecking a character, ended up allocating the golem nodes on an elementalist because I just needed to get a little bit of extra physical damage reduction. But it's not a popular choice for a good reason. It's definitely fallen off. What Guardian's Blessing is going to do, though, is that it supports a skill that creates minions which can be damaged and an aura that creates permanent auras around you. And essentially those auras instead come from your golems and count as blessings. I'm saying golems here because golems seem to be the logical choice, but it's not like it has to be a golem. You could do this on a skeleton, you could do it on something else instead. Supported aura skills have no reservation, and they count as blessing skills. They can't apply auras on you unless you have minions from a supported skill, but these minions take a percentage of their maximum life as physical damage per second. Physical damage per second is very hard to mitigate, and it's a percentage of their life, which means that it's not like you can just rely upon using... it's not like you can just rely upon percentage regen on them as well. That's going to be quite hard to sustain, but while you do that, as long as you've got an aura from a supported skill on you, you're going to be gaining a whole bunch of... you're going to get the benefits of the aura. The numbers are going to be important on Guardian's Blessing, but I think the main problem with this gem is that you're going to struggle a lot with... Well, you can't use it on your main combat minions. If you're playing a combat minion build, then it's just not going to work. You're going to end up sacrificing 2 support gems, and that's going to ruin the minion. You can't use it on Animated Guardian because it's a percentage of life rather than a flat amount of life. This is going to be hard to get working, but if you can make it work, it's an extra aura. I really feel like the Elementalist with automatically resummon golems is probably the way to go here, and just accept that there'll be a little bit of downtime in this aura, so you want to have an offensive aura. And it seems like the aura itself is coming from the player itself. So the aura is going to... That's really interesting. The aura is coming from you, it seems, at this point, which is strange. But anyways, there's going to be something for the Elementalist Ascendancy, and we're going to be trying to work this out. Okay, so next we have the support gem Returning Projectiles. Vengeant Cascade didn't die for this. Vengeant Cascade died because it needed to, and Returning Projectiles is replacing it. But Returning Projectiles is much weaker than Vengeant Cascade was. That's to be expected because Vengeant Cascade was kind of broken. And we're going to be seeing how strong it is that bows, after all the buffs they got in 321, but minus Vengeant Cascade, I still think they're going to be in a strong spot. But it's not going to be completely and utterly crazy there. It's just going to be solid. Sadism support comes up next. Now, I discussed this in a previous video, but I did quickly want to point out that with Sadism support, it causes damaging ailments inflicted by the supported skills to deal damage faster. This is not the same stat that's benefited as Swift Affliction support is. It's a slightly worse stat, and for that reason, I expect that this will have higher numbers than Swift Affliction support. The key thing is that Sadism support is not really competing with Swift Affliction support in endgame plans. It's competing with Awakened Swift Affliction, and I think that that's probably going to mean that it's going to fall behind. So it gives you a different stat. It stacks differently and in a less favorable way than Swift Affliction does, so it needs to have higher numbers than Swift Affliction does to be competitive. It may well have higher numbers, but it's going to be something that is competing with Awakened Swift Affliction as well, and that is something that's going to be a little bit painful there. Locust Mine is next, and this is probably the single most significant of the new gems in creating, in bringing back builds that have been dead for a long time. Locust Mine is something that was available. Locust Mine is something that is going to be a build. Support gem that causes your bow or wand attack that fires in front of you to instead be a bunch of different mines that are going to be created instead. And then when you set off those mines, they're going to target your location. In a sense, this is like a much slower version of Returning Projectiles. It's a way that you can throw out a whole bunch of projectiles, set them off, have them all fire back at you. And this could be very good for bossing, but is also going to be probably pretty marginal when it comes to clear. So this is something that addresses a specific weakness of minor builds, of weapon minor builds, which is something I have not seen be popular since patch 3.9. I know I played an elemental hit bow minor in patch 3.9. It was a slightly off meta choice, but it wasn't a bad build. And that was something that had been very popular in 3.8. So 3.8 was when it was most popular, I think. And then 3.9 came along. Elemental hit had a little bit of a nerf in 3.9, but it wasn't gutted. And so that setup was working. But then there was the whole change to the way that reservations worked in patch 3.16, and that has pretty much killed mines in most situations. The reason for that is that the opportunity cost of using mines now is you're reserving mana, and reserving mana means that you can't then use as many auras, and auras got made better for non-min-maxed use in patch 3.16. Min-maxed use got nerfed in 3.16, but auras generally got buffed there. So that's going to be something that we'll have to have a look at there for exactly how Locust Mine works. But I do think that this could be a fairly solid. I do think this could be fairly solid if the numbers are right. But the reservation stuff has really hurt mines. People are talking in chat about Power Siphon and Barrage being gems that they might be interested in using here, and I'm kind of curious if Barrage will work. I think it should. So you would then send out a mine that would then fire a barrage at you. That would feel like you're at the center of all's bullet hell, wouldn't it? That would be really interesting to see. So we'll see exactly what goes on there. Next we have Frigid Bond. Now this is interesting in that this is a support gem that everyone else looks at and says, what a piece of rubbish, link skills, bleh. And whilst I mostly agree, if the numbers on this are right, then, and the numbers on it look right, just judging by the level 28 version that was teased already, if the numbers on this are right, then this is going to be absolutely and utterly ridiculous in conjunction with Forbidden Shaco. So this is the one to watch for. Forbidden Shaco that has socketed gems are supported by level 33 or higher Frigid Bond. This is going to do ridiculous damage if this gem scales like Searing Bond does. So Searing Bond has a very similar thematic effect, albeit fire damage instead of cold, and Searing Bond's damage scaling with gem levels is tremendous. Frigid Bond, you may well be able to get a level 35 version of it on a Forbidden Shaco. And my rough calculations were that a Forbidden Shaco induced level 35 Frigid Bond is going to give you more damage than a 6-link Righteous Fire would. Excluding situations where the 6-link Righteous Fire has Skin of the Lords and Awakened in Power 5. Excluding that situation, just the setup that you're going to get in a helmet, in a Forbidden Shaco, is going to be quite a bit ahead of that, of any other plausible Righteous Fire setup, and that's assuming that the scaling is comparable to Searing Bond. So do keep this in mind. It could be something that does a lot of damage. It's very clunky to have to be linked to a minion. In this case, you'd have a durable minion like Summon Reaper. You'd link to that, or Animate Guardian's probably even better. You link to your Animate Guardian, which doesn't need any good gear on it, and then you would then position yourself. So you let the Animate Guardian wander wherever it wants, and then you go and flank the enemy. So that's my thought there. I do think that this has some genuine potential to be a real build, and additionally, if you are playing in a party, this is going to be absolutely nuts if you can scale up Frigid Bond a bit. And again, this comes down to that Forbidden Shaco setup. Then an aura support is going to have the ability to protect themselves, which is something that is really significant in party play. Aura support can then reposition slightly, and their Frigid Bond will just melt enemies or crystallize them or whatever you want to call it. So yeah, you're going to be linking to an Animate Guardian in general, or to a Summoned Reaper, the most durable minions in the game, or you're going to be linking to another player, and you want to only link to players you trust because there is a serious drawback. So that is going to be the stuff there for Frigid Bond. Fresh Meat is next. This is going to support skills that create minions. Minions created by supported skills gain Wakened Fury and Adrenaline for 10% of their duration, up to a maximum of 10 seconds. So I'm assuming here that if the minion is not a duration minion like a zombie, then it gets the full 10 seconds. If it's a duration-based minion, then this is going to be rubbish. There's no point spending an entire support gem just to give them a boost, even a big boost, for 10% of their duration. And I'm assuming Wakened Fury, I can't place what Wakened Fury is from. So I'm assuming that it is something that will be defined by this gem. Ultimately, Fresh Meat is going to be something that is going to be at its best on on durable minions that you cause to explode by various things. Any sort of durable minion that you can then cause to go popcorn, that's going to be really strong with Fresh Meat because you're going to be resummoning them. They're going to do a bit of combat damage early on, then they're going to go boom. When they go boom, you're going to be happy because you're getting an explosion as they leave, but they're also going to be happy when you freshly summon a replacement for them. I feel like that's the use case, but the numbers need to be pretty good because it's clunky. Next, we have the questions of the... people are asking where the patch notes are on the website. I'm just going to link them again, just so that you've got them in the chat there. So that link that I've just posted in chat is for the PathOfExile forum page, which has got this. They sort of generally put these in the content announcements section, which is not the patch notes section. Then they go into the patch notes section when the patch actually goes live. So that's why it's not in the spot that you're looking for. So Awakened Fury apparently is crit chance and damage, people are telling me in chat, which is something that I wasn't sure of. And unfortunately, there is not any information on the numbers of these gems in general. Someone is also asking in chat, will there be a video on demand of this stream? Yes, there will be. That is the reason that I'm posting it to YouTube rather than Twitch, is so that you'll be able to watch this after the fact. Because I know that this time is one that works pretty well for people in Australia like me and in the United States, but it is a terrible time for people in Europe. You can safely go to bed and watch this in the morning if you want. So Sacrifice is the next support gem here, and this is going to support spell skills that deal damage with hits and that have no reservation. These skills are going to sacrifice a percentage of your current life. Note this is current, not your maximum life, and that seems to be set up to avoid some of the shenanigans players do with Wrathpinth Globe at the moment, to gain additional chaos damage based on how much life was sacrificed. This cannot support orb skills, brand skills, channeling skills, Val skills, or skills used by traps or mines, cannot modify the skills of minions. So, this is giving a lot of chaos damage on hit. This is not something that most skills can scale very well, but there are exceptions. and I think there'll be a bunch of interesting shenanigans if the numbers on this are good. The numbers on this are going to be tricky to get right for GGG, but there are a couple of builds currently that use a whole bunch of shenanigans involving Wrathpinth Globe and sacrificing life, but they may not actually have any life to sacrifice, and they use Dissolution of the Flesh to stay alive. Whilst this exact tech is not going to work here, you will be able to use Dissolution of the Flesh in conjunction with this. You can then sacrifice life and then worry about recovering it later. Dissolution of the Flesh is really good on any build that is spending life and is not taking damage. It's all going to come down to how much additional chaos damage you're getting. One thing that could be significant here, Sacrifice sounds like the sort of support gem that's going to add a lot of flat damage to... that's going to add a lot of flat damage to skills, which can be quite good in cast when damage taken setup sometimes. You've got to be able to endure all that damage coming in, but in exchange, you're going to be then firing off a whole bunch of extra damage, and you can then do that with a low-level cast when damage taken, potentially. Cast when damage taken is going to have a low damage multiplier on it, so maybe it doesn't work, but I think there's a whole bunch of shenanigans we can play around with here that are worthwhile having a quick think about and seeing what the actual numbers on this look like and whether it's something that is worth building around. I feel like they're probably going to miss the mark on 3 or 4 of these new supports, and they're going to nail 1 or 2. They're going to nail 3 or 4 of them, and they're going to get a couple of them overtuned, and we just don't know which ones yet. Spellblade is next, and we got a little bit more information on this. So we discussed this in the Day 2 spoiler video. That was actually quite a long video, and it needed to be a long video because there was so much to go into with the ways in which Spellblade, as it was announced initially, would interact with various skills like... would interact with various alternatives like plus to level of gem levels. Ultimately, you are going to be choosing between scaling gem levels as you do in the current state of the game for a caster, or using a Spellblade-oriented weapon alongside Spellblade support. It is going to be a numbers game which of these is better, and I really hope that Grinding Gear Games manage to nail it so that they're in a position where both are competitive with each other. If 2 weapons are equipped, each contributes 60% as much added damage is interesting. This means that you may actually want to use dual wield with this, although I think one-handed weapon and a shield is probably going to be better, especially given that your shield can then provide you with a +1 to the level of socketed gems, or not socketed gems, to +1 to the level of all gems, or it can just be a pure defensive skill. This one is really interested here. This one is really interesting here, as it's something that could be extremely strong. The Rippling Thoughts and whatever the other version of it, the Harbinger Sword, is something to consider here because it automatically triggers Glacial Cascade. It's not actually Glacial Cascade, it's a lightning version of Glacial Cascade. That is something that people are definitely going to want to play around with here. So there's the Rippling Thoughts and the Surging Thoughts are the 2 versions of it. One of them is the base Harbinger item, one of them is the upgraded Harbinger item. Definitely something to keep an eye on. I would suggest that there's possibly some potential for a Rippling Thoughts build that is potentially even using the Squire with this. I think that's worth a look there. I'm not really sure what's going on in overall in terms of the power level of this. It's going to come down to the numbers. Spellblade's numbers, I think, are going to be a lot lower than people might expect. So Spell Slinger support gives 100% the damage of your wand. It is not going to be 100%. I think it's going to be something like 25%, and it might actually be good at 25%. So we'll see exactly what is going on. A bunch of questions coming up in chat, but one particular one that we want to say is that we don't know yet what maps are tier 16. That information is going to come out when they give the item filter information, which is often the very last day before the league. And another question that's come up a bunch is what's happening with 5-ways. We'll get to those in a sec, but they've finally decided to do something about 5-ways, it looks. We'll have to have a look at the exact numbers, but I'm hoping that they get 5-ways in a spot where 5-ways are competitive with Breachstones. If they can get that right, then so that people are considering Breachstones as, Breachstones and 5-ways are the best sources of XP as an item, and then there's fallbacks like Heist Blueprints, fallbacks like Temple of Atzoatl, and what's the other thing? Untainted Paradise. There's a couple other things like that that give a bunch of XP that are sometimes itemizable, sometimes not. Coward's Trail is another one. I hope they could get it in a spot where all of these feel viable rather than 5-ways being the only thing. And 5-ways are a complete mess because they hide what the best builds of the league are. We'll talk more about that when we get there, but 5-ways being addressed is something that has been overdone, overdue for a long time. Really, it should have happened in patch 3.8, not in patch 3.22. Devour support is next. This supports any skill that hits enemies, so that's good to know. It wasn't particularly clear. I thought it might have just been attacks from the video they posted. Killing blows from supported skills, consume corpses to recover life and mana. This is going to mostly be garbage for most builds, but there is a potential that this will be used alongside Culling Strike and on a build that is a big mana build. So a big mana build might use this alongside Archmage, maybe even link to it. Maybe even you would link Devour support to your Archmage setup as a way to recover mana. If big mana is back, then some sort of Devour shenanigans will be used in there. Now, we have a couple of things that are interesting here where there's going to be 15 new unique items, including one that is designed by the Crucible boss kill event, and 2 new divination cards are being added to the game. I really, really hope we see one of these divination cards is one that shakes up the map farming meta. So currently we've had a situation where the map farming meta has been completely solved. The Apothecary has been the best divination card to farm by a long way. If there is a sub card for the Apothecary in here, then wherever that sub card drops is going to become immediately a competitive map with Crimson Temple, Defiled Cathedral, Haunted Mansion, and what's the other one? Crimson Township. Those 4 maps that have the Blood Mage bosses and therefore drop the Mage Blood card. So I really hope that there is a sub-divination card for the Apothecary as one of those 2, but we shall find out, I guess. That's going to be really significant. A few other questions have been coming up about some of these gems so far. So Mjolnir Mana Bond and the Mjolnir Mana Bond actually is going to be interesting. Devour is going to be good on it. Spellblade might be. I'd have to check the numbers on it. We're going to have a look at that. And also Devour with respect to Delve could be good as a way to clear corpses and also to replenish your life and mana in there. So there's definitely going to be uses for it. People will find use for it. And Sacrifice, the questions come up. Does it work with skills that cost life at the moment? So for example, Exsanguinate Reap. I believe that this is going to work, yes. I believe that these gems will firstly... So if you're sacrificing 10% of your current life, if you're at 80% of your life, then this is now going to cause your Exsanguinate to cost its normal life cost, let's say that's 2%, plus an extra 10% of your current life. So if you're at 80%, 2% is first going to take you to 78%, 10% of your current life is going to take you down to 70.2%, and then that's going to get the extra chaos damage. Now I wouldn't say that chaos damage added to Exsanguinate is necessarily going to be a strong setup, but maybe you could run Exsanguinate Poison with that. We'll have to have a look and see exactly how that goes on, but I think that Sacrifice's best strength, if it gets there, is going to be on Spell Poison builds. So that's going to be where it's going to be mostly used. And yeah, there is a potential that there will be a Divine Orb Divination card. Nobody special in chat's mentioning that a lot of the uniques that have been designed as player commissions tend to be focused on the current meta at the time. I think that's the case for some players, but not all of them. For example, there's the unique item. I'm trying to think of its name off the top of my head. It drops from the Black Star and the Infinite Hunger. The Eternal Struggle, that's the one. That was something that was designed by a player as a boss kill event reward. And that's something that was a really interesting and unique item that wasn't really aimed at the current meta. It's just a generically good item that has a lot of interesting things going on with it. A lot of Ben's unique items have been things that just do something cool rather than something that's inherently very, very strong. Then at the same time, you do get items that are designed for filling a specific niche in the then current metagame as well. And you get items like Nimbus that are extremely strong. Like, I think that a lot of the uniques that have been coming out of the boss events have been interesting ones, even if Nimbus was too strong when it first came out. So I think that they've got a bunch of really, really interesting things that have been made. And the one that I wish was better is, I think it's called Annihilation's Approach. It's the one that drops from the Uber Searing Exarch. It's been a bit of a miss. No one really uses it. But there's a bunch of these sorts of interesting, weird things, and I'm kind of cool with that. I like that there's a bunch of variety there, and also sometimes items that are made by GGG also are around something related to the current meta, or something they're trying to push, like, what's the name of that thing? Ruthless Sanctum, I think, is the name of that belt that's tied to links that no one uses for some funny reason. Unless it was the one that was used briefly for player killing in hardcore. So now we have the Atlas Keystones. Now, Atlas Keystones are the Atlas shakeup of this league. It's not as big a scope as some of the major shakeups that we've had in the past in the Atlas, but this is going to be where the big endgame changes come about. So this is going to be the thing that will make 322 feel meaningfully different to 321, even if you're a standard player. So firstly, we have the Keystone skill Extreme Archaeology. This is the one that people are terming the Expedition Nuke. What's going to happen here is that your expedition encounters, instead of getting a whole collection of explosives, you're only going to get one. It's going to have 200% increased explosive radius. Now this is tripled, except it's not tripled when you've got other sources that it's stacking additively with, but it's going to be a huge increase in the amount of area that you're going to pick up anyway. 100% increased explosive placement radius will give you fairly fine control over where it goes. And then expedition monsters in your maps spawn with an additional 10% of life missing is just for the meme factor. But the most important thing, the number of explosives is 1. This is all about making your expeditions faster at the expense of making them much, much, much more dangerous. You'll find that with Expedition and Extreme Archaeology, you are going to create situations where you accidentally make an expedition you can't beat. And you're also going to be you're going to be in situations where you find a node that you can't beat. Like a Remnant has a mod that you can't beat. Maybe your build just can't do immune to fire or immune to poison. And you therefore have to be very careful to place around that. But this is going to be a very, very strong node if you are extremely powerful already. Do not take this if you're a new player. This is something to work your way up to over time. I think of this as not quite at the extent of 3.18 version Wrath of the Cosmos, but it's sort of close in that this is you throwing down the gauntlet and saying, please throw everything you've got at me, game. I am ready for it. And you don't want to do that unless you are actually ready for it. So that's something to keep in mind there. This is going to be one of the most significant changes for high-end expedition play. The rest of the Keystones, most of them are focused on the people who are newer to endgame, or at least a lot of them are. So not everything, but a number of them are. Next, we have the Atlas Keystone passive skill Lucid Dreams, which causes Vaal side areas in your maps to no longer be corrupted. I feel this is bad. I feel like this is a weak one, but I'm willing to give it a shot because they're changing up Vaal side areas quite a bit, and Vaal side areas are something that haven't been good. Like they buffed them in, I think it was 3.16, but they buffed them at a time that they also had one of the most loot showering core game mechanics the game had ever seen. And as a result, this meant that it was mostly, they'd only brought it up to the point that the rest of the game had been before that. And so it felt bad at that point, and it hasn't improved since. The rest of the game had all of the 3.17 Atlas tree that starts showering all of the game with loot, and the side areas couldn't keep up with that. You can scour chance chasing unique areas, which is a miserable experience. Please don't scour chance anything. Chance orbs are a terrible mechanic. They're not fun. They're something that is just straight up miserable. So scour chancing is probably going to have to be done for some to encounter one of these things, because there are 3 new unique areas. But scour chancing is not fun. Please don't encourage it grinding your games. Scour chances chance orbs need a rework. Anyways, rants about chance orbs aside. Lucid Dreams looks weak, but it also looks like something I'm going to try because I think it's just going to be fun to play around with. Yes, you can recorrupt it if you want. And people in chat joking about Vaal engineering orbs would be really funny here. But one thing that is a question that I've got is, will the chest at the end, the Vaal vessel, will that be corrupted if the map is no longer corrupted? There's also a number of other changes that are coming up with Vaal temple maps. Vaal temple maps now seem like they're going to drop from Vaal side areas, and that's a big change. The Vaal temple stuff is actually a big nerf to Vaal temple availability, but also an overhaul. And yeah, we're going to have to look at that. But clearly, GGG weren't happy with the fact that something like 90% of the ones that existed were direct monster drops rather than something that came about through interacting with Vaal content. But Vaal temples are going to be a bit rarer than they were. Someone's asking what I'm drinking. It's just plain old Pepsi Max. It's early in the morning here. People are asking, what about 6 links in these side areas? If they're not corrupted, so one of the things that the Vaal side areas do is that they drop incursion items, and they can drop some of the highest level incursion items in the game. Now, those incursion items are ruined because they always drop corrupted. But it may well be that with Lucid Dreams, if they don't drop, if the area isn't corrupted, if the chest isn't corrupted, then the ones that drop incursion items might suddenly be good. Also, these Vaal side areas are going to have the potential to drop ultimatum fragments as well. We know that, but I expect that's going to be extremely rare as an outcome. So let's have a quick look at the other things that we've got here. Destructive play is going to cause the Maven to summon 1 to 3 additional bosses when witnessing map bosses. Modifiers to the final map boss in each map also apply to these summoned bosses. Modifiers to the final map boss in each map is something that I'm honestly not sure what that means exactly. Does this mean things like Twinned? Does it mean things like the Sextant mod that causes monsters to drop additional loot? Because I read that as a modifier to the loot of the final map boss, but other people have been reading it as a modifier to the map boss itself. I don't know. I can't give you the answer to that, and that's going to be something that's tough. Someone's mentioning in chat, when we're talking about corrupted 6 links, that they're pretty weak in the current meta, and I agree with that. Additionally, because the chains that bind is now the easiest of the divination cards for a 6 link to farm, and the chains that bind is pretty easy to farm. May depend, like if Grinding Games were to do something mad and put all of its divination card, all of the maps that give it into red tier maps, then that would be bad. But otherwise, you can get yourself a 6 link that is just so much better because it can accept the Eldritch influences on it. So you end up not just with 6 mods on it that you've got a little bit of agency on, even if that agency is just applying Deafening Essence of Greed, then a Benchcraft, but then you can also get Eldritch implicits on top of that, and they are just so much better than a 6 link that comes from a Vaal corrupted area where your best mod on it might be 37 life. So that's going to be significant there. Next we have the Atlas Keystone passive skill, All Hands. This one's interesting. This changes the way master encounters work substantially. Your areas have a 40% chance to contain a random master encounter, which is a big deal. Like, that's a lot. However, all of the ways that you would normally gain master missions that you have agency over instead get rolled into more chance to get additional masters in your mission. So for instance, if you take the node on the Atlas passive tree that reads 4% chance for a Nico mission, you instead get 6% chance to have Nico in that map. You might well get to a point where you're always getting a master encounter in pretty much every map that you run with All Hands, but you're going to have no agency over when you get them and which one you get and when. I don't know if I like this one. I think it's something that is going to be like, I think it's something that some people will have fun with, and that's probably the goal they're going for. I don't think it looks very strong because I, generally speaking, like to use masters in conjunction with a bit of setup for them. Additionally, you're going to have a lot of situations where your Delve Sulfide is full, you complete a map, and Nico's in there. And you're like, oh, that was a waste of space. Or whatever else along those lines. You know, you have Elva appears in a map, but you just don't feel like doing the temple at the moment. So All Hands is going to be probably pretty marginal, I reckon, but it is something that people can pick up if they want to just play around with a lot of masters. If they're wanting to sample the masters, that's the purpose of this. Cassia's Pride makes blights easier if your character is weak and you are experienced at tower defense. This is one of those good things that lets you explore blight mechanics whilst learning them. But blight towers and their minions dealing 300% more damage is pretty tremendous, but you're going to do next to no damage. This is going to be pretty tricky to get used to. This is going to be difficult there. Okay, so we have Speaker of the Dead. This is the meme keystone that might actually be good. Tormented spirits in your maps can possess players for 20 seconds, and tormented spirits in your maps cannot possess monsters. Some of the torment mods are ridiculously powerful, so this could be extremely strong. We're going to have a look at this, as this is going to be one of those things that's going to really change things up. I also need to quickly remind myself of Fairgrave's Tricon quickly. So let's have a quick look at that. Fairgrave's Tricon. And what's the current status of Fairgrave's Tricon? I'll just bring that across to here. You can be touched by tormented spirits. Okay, that's not particularly relevant. Like, that's something that does something intriguing, but doesn't really have any exciting synergy with this. So I was hoping that was going to be a little bit more interesting there. Torment's getting reworked, which is going to be an interesting one. With respect to the question that's come up on Corrupting Cry, already quickly went over that when we were going through the stuff earlier on. You can rewind if you've joined this late and missed that. But just to summarize quickly on Corrupting Cry itself, it's something that is going to be, it's going to live or die based on its numbers, but Forbidden Shaco is what really, really has everything going for it there. Forbidden Shaco with Corrupting Cry as a socketed support at a high level is going to potentially be very good. It is worth noting that people are discussing in chat here, there is a difference between things that are touched and things that are possessed. This is an important differentiation. So possessing, the buffs that you get from being possessed are enormous. The buffs from being touched are pretty trivial. So that's the difference between Speaker of the Dead and Fairgrave's Tricon. I definitely want to try out Speaker of the Dead at some point this league. As well as that, one of the things that's significant with Torment as a mechanic is that the tormented spirits, when they get into a monster, they do a lot. Like, they cause a lot of extra drop anywhere uniques to spawn as well. So there's some interesting stuff that's going on with this, and I'm keen to just try it out. Torment was one of those cool ideas that was executed poorly in its original league, and I wonder if this is exactly what it needs. So we're going to keep going down the list here, and we've got something. Endless Tide is interesting. This is about bringing back old school Beyond somewhat. It's not exactly bringing it back, but if you've got a map that is staggeringly dense, this is potentially going to be the way to get the most Beyond monsters that you can get in a particular zone. So, and I do think, as Sideways is pointing out in chat, the difference between touch and possess, I do believe that Tormented Spirits can touch monsters, but just not possess them with this keystone, which actually brings back some of the old vacuum, what was it called? The vacuum farming. Vacuum farming got broken because... Okay, so let's just quickly mention vacuum farming while this chat comes up. Vacuum farming was a mechanic, I feel like it was about 3.0. It was quite a long time ago, where you would optimize play around Tormented Spirits. And what you would do is you would run Tormented Spirits through an entire zone. So you would go through the entire map with a character that was incapable of killing monsters. They would usually have reverse knockback Cyclone with life gain on hit, lots of life gain on hit, and they'd be wearing southbound gloves so they couldn't kill anything. They'd be cycloning through, gathering up enormous packs. Then you would use Tormented Spirits that you would then chase into that pack, and it would touch everything. There's now a cap of 50 monsters per Tormented Spirit to avoid this, because this was causing so much of a performance issue, it was crashing the game. And not just for the people that were engaged in this, but it was actually affecting server stability. It was producing so many items, though. It was like one of the most ridiculous item fountains the game had ever seen. The Orthanc, it is my webcam color setting, if that's the case. I'm going to have a quick look at that. That's something that I hadn't noticed. Actually, it's probably the lighting in the room, if it looks like it's really weird. So, we are now going to jump down to Endless Tide, was the one we were talking about before, where Beyond portals cannot spawn unique bosses, and Beyond portals in your maps have 50% less merging radius. This is potentially a really strong thing, but 50% less is a lot. This allows you, like, the benefit of not spawning a unique boss is that when you spawn a unique boss, that's the end of the Beyond event. You will often get one or two of the tank currencies from a unique Beyond boss, but that is the end of the Beyond boss event. You're not going to get any more Beyond regular monsters, and Endless Tide is potentially, in the most juiced of maps, going to be something that is a multiplier to pack size for the entire map. That's the benefit to this. I can see Endless Tide being a popular choice among Giga Juicers, but if you're only a Mega Juicer or a Killer Juicer or a regular juicer, you probably aren't quite going to get to that level. That's my thoughts on this at first, but I'm very open to being proven wrong on that. Next we have the ritual ones. The ritual ones are rubbish, unfortunately. I was kind of hoping that we'd have something more interesting in ritual here. Arbitrary Tenants causes favors at ritual altars in your maps to randomly cost between 90% less and 80% more. This might average out being better, but not by much, and really you don't want a situation where you end up with some items that exceed 20,000 cost on rituals. It means that if you perform poorly in a ritual, then you'll end up being at risk of missing out on a bunch of stuff. Additionally, something that needs to be said about ritual, there is a major project going on at the moment by a bunch of players to determine the unique item rarity tiers in the game, and they've noticed that there's a strong correlation between ritual favor price and the rarity of unique items. It's a very strong correlation, and this is also the case for divination cards as well. So we're hoping there'll probably be a lot of people playing ritual early in this league for exactly this reason. Then we have the question of the immutable dogma mode, which is cannot reroll favors at ritual altars in your maps, and monsters sacrificed in your maps grant 100% more tribute. I do not like this one at all because re-rolling is so important. Re-rolling is just so important to ritual. It's like the loot that you get from ritual overwhelmingly is actually not the 5 chaos here, 3 chaos there. And this node is about maximizing your access to those 2 chaos, 1 chaos, 3 fusing type rewards. But it's coming at the expense of the big outcomes that you'll sometimes get. It is extremely rare to see a headhunter in a ritual. It is extremely rare to see a doctor card or an apothecary card. But those huge drops, the mirror shards, the mirrors, they end up being a large percentage of the total loot that you get. And by taking immutable dogma, you're going to be severely sacrificing the amount of those that you get. For that reason, I'm going to strongly recommend everyone does not take immutable dogma except for one corner case. That one corner case is if your character is very weak, it's league start, you're not experienced with ritual, and you just want to get your feet wet with the mechanic, and you don't want to feel severely punished when you fail one of the encounters because you die in it. That's going to be the thing that is going to be really, really bad there. That said, do keep your eye out for ritual, because ritual is going to be getting a lot of attention, definitely from those people who have been doing all of the unique item investigation. But yeah, I am disappointed with the ritual outcomes. I was kind of hoping that there'd be stuff that would modify the speed at which rituals took place, like something with a big drawback that let you have one massive ritual or something along those lines. Instead, nah, just not there. So that said, we do have someone in chat giving the confirmation that mirrors drop in ritual. And what's really interesting, so Never Scry Wolf saying that the only mirror they've ever had drop was a ritual reward. There was a player in 3.14. Now, 3.14, for various reasons, was the absolute peak of the maximum rewards that Ritual has ever given. But in 3.14, there was a player who did 1,000 quad vessel rituals, and this player got 7 raw mirrors of Kalandra from that. They also got a headhunter or 2. Mage Blood didn't exist at that point in the game, but they got 1 or 2 headhunters, 7 outright mirrors, and interestingly, not all that much else. They got a bunch of exalts, which were the main currency at the point, but these days it'd be divine orbs. Divine's the same rarity, but that wasn't the big wealth. It was all in those mirrors. And I think that the key thing was that Ritual is set up in a way that the big jackpots are the thing that that are the main reward for it. So yeah, that's why rituals historically were one of the best ways to get Mirrors of Kalandra. Nowadays, the thing that gives the most Mirrors of Kalandra seems to be Maven's Invitation the Feared, and there's a lot of suspicion that there is either a 0.1 or 0.2% chance to have a Mirror of Kalandra drop when you do Maven's Invitation the Feared. There's a bunch of players who've done more than 1,000 runs, and all of them have got at least one mirror from it. And you're not getting any other currency from it, which is the other thing that's interesting. So it's not like you're getting, in the normal game, I think 1,000 Divine Orbs drop for every one mirror. You are not getting any Divine Orbs from it, but you are getting the occasional Mirror of Kalandra outright there. So, whole lots of things there. Eldon, thank you for the Twitch Prime sub there. Okay, so let's quickly go through the timeless conflict stuff here, which is something that was discussed in a separate video. Legion encounters in your maps have no timer, and instead there's a progress bar called a schism that when you break out these monsters, it fills up the progress bar. When the progress bar fills up, then the Legion encounter starts. This is not for veteran players, this is for new players, and it should be very good for new players. So if you're someone who is a new player and you find that Legion is a difficult content to engage with because you can't break things out of the crystal fast enough, then absolutely spec Timeless Conflict and play around with Legion. But if you are someone who's a veteran player who's playing an established powerful build, you don't want this at all. Next we have crop rotation, which is one of the more interesting things around. So this is a harvest thing that is going to really require you to maximize the number of harvests that you can get in a particular map. So what you're going to want to do is stack as many harvests as you can in a map, which you can't really do a huge amount of, but you can do a little bit of it. Once you've done that, you're then going to be upgrading your tier 1 plant. You're going to be popping off tier 1 plants, but you're going to pop the color that you've got the least of. So let's say that you've only got one blue patch, three purple patches, and 2 yellow that you can choose between. You're going to pop the blue one first, and then you're going to then pop off whatever you've got the least of. You're going to keep building this up. The idea here is that firstly you'll do, if the harvest, if the demand for Harvest Life Force stays as it has been lately, with yellow being worth 2.5 times as much as the others, you'll start with a blue and a red, and then that'll hopefully upgrade all of your yellow ones. Now, it's not going to upgrade all of them, but it's going to have a chance of doing that. Once you've popped a yellow, a blue, and a red, then you'll have the chance of getting tier 4 encounters. I think this one could be really interesting, and I kind of want to play around with it, but like people are saying, we don't know what the chance of this is. And that this is going to live or die based on how high that chance is. I don't think it's going to be the same chance for tier 1 to tier 2 upgrade as tier 2 to tier 3 and as tier 3 to tier 4. If it is the same chance, then this is probably going to be extremely strong. But if it's not the same chance, then it's just going to be really hard to assess this. I am keen to test this one out. I'm definitely keen to see exactly how this one works. Next we have Bold Undertakings, which is one of the Fortune Favors the Brave Kirak related things. It applies an additional random option and doubles the cost of picking Fortune Favors the Brave. I don't like this. I think that this is one of those things that looks really good until you play around with it, and it just doesn't work all that well. It's just going to create a situation where Fortune Favors the Brave is like, you're mostly using it for the shaping node. I can't remember whether it's shaping the seas or shaping the mountains or whatever it is at the moment. Broadly speaking, getting Harbinger, for example, as a Fortune Favors the Brave outcome, it sounds fantastic until you realize that Harbinger on your map isn't very good unless it's something that you're augmenting with Harbinger Atlas support and Harbinger Sextants potentially. All these things then stack together and multiply together. If you get the base version from Fortune Favors the Brave, it's not going to have all those multipliers, and therefore it's going to be underwhelming. So I'm not particularly excited with this one here. Shaping the Valleys is gone, someone's pointing out, which is a good point. So Fortune Favors the Brave, yeah, I think basically Bold Undertakings, I think, is dead on arrival. Willing to be proven wrong on that, but I just don't see any real use for it. And for that matter, Fortune Favors the Brave in general, I think you only use that if there is a challenge to use it. So next we have Overloaded Circuits, which grants League map crafting options. Also choose 3 random notable Atlas passives associated with that League to treat as allocated, and 100% more cost of map crafting options. So for example, this means that instead of paying 6 Chaos Orbs to get Harbingers on your map, you can pay 12 Chaos Orbs to get Harbingers on your map, but also to get 3 of the notables that are associated with Harbingers as well. I think that this is mostly bad, but is something that lets you try out an unfamiliar strategy on your Atlas, just to give it a bit of a play around with it. I don't think you want to use this often, but I do think that Overloaded Circuits is something you can try if you're like, I don't know if I can handle Breach at the moment. I just want to try and find out. then you can run 6 or 8 maps with Breach and overloaded circuits and get a bit of a sense as to the feel. You'll then know, yes, I can handle Breach, I'm going to now respec my Atlas, or no, I'm not going to do that. So think of this as a way to try before you buy on an Atlas respec, but it's also not super great. I feel like 100% more cost of map crafting options is maybe too much. And what I think I would really like this to be, would be if they said costs in Chaos Orbs are instead in Regal Orbs. I think that would be a really interesting way for overloaded circuits to have been costed instead of 100% more cost. That would mean that it's not particularly sustainable long term, but it would give a use to Regal Orbs. At 100% more, I think it's too much. That's my first thought there. Now, something is interesting though. People are saying in chat, Wandering Path. I do not know how Wandering Path is going to work. I think if you're treating them as allocated, they're not going to work. That is my first thought. Additionally, yeah, you can use this in conjunction with Essence as an option, but I feel like people are probably just going to spec an Essence Atlas tree, because I think are there 4 Essence options, or are there only 3? So you've got the 15% chance to get 3 additional things, you've got +1 tier, you've got duplication, you've got +1 essence. So there's at least 4 different things. So you could do it very early on. Yeah, that's a point. Siddharth in chat is pointing out that you could do this very, very, very early in League before you're able to spec all your essence setups. That's probably the best use for overloaded circuits. I wonder where it is on the passive tree. If it is in a spot where you can get to it early, then that could be good. Now, another question's come up. What if you've already got some of these allocated? I would assume that it would pick 3 you don't have if there are 3, and if it can't pick 3, then it will pick all of the ones that you don't have. But I'm not sure about that. So ultimately, overloaded circuits is niche. This is not generally strong, but the main use case for this is if you are a newer player who wants to dabble in a particular setup and you don't want to commit to an entire Atlas respec into it. That's going to be where it's good. For example, you might decide what I want to do is play a little bit of Metamorph. Just get my feet wet with the Metamorph mechanic, but I've heard that it's not very popular, so I don't want to respec my Atlas into it entirely. Then, if Metamorph was on the map device, which it isn't this league, you'd be able to use overloaded circuits to test that. You can do it with the ones that have been set up. Now, interestingly, this kind of locks them into having only having Kirak mods that are ones that do tie in to things on the Atlas passive tree. Although I think that's at the moment, that is the case. All of them are like that. One point that's come up a bit in chat is people saying, Catmaster in particular, saying that this may only be random things. It may not it's not guaranteed that it's unallocated ones. And there's some question, can it duplicate something? For example, if you were to do this with essences, could you get 2 separate lots of +1 tier to essences? I believe the answer to this is no, because if you allocate a passive on the core character passive tree twice, you don't get benefits from it twice. The way you can do that is with an anointment on your amulet. So that has been established. That doesn't work. And I assume that the passive tree for the Atlas would work the same way, but that is me making an assumption. That's not something I can guarantee to be right or wrong. That's something that just the way that I think it's going to work is based on that. Meticulous Appraiser is next. Modifiers to quantity of items found in your maps instead apply to rarity of items found in your maps at 300% of their value. This is a hard one to appraise. This is one of those things that there's conventional wisdom that quantity is good, rarity is bad. That is often true, but it's not universally true. And I am quite curious how this is going to work. If you have Reliquary Scarabs and you go all in on trying to make a map drop as many unique items as possible, most players do not want this at all. This is going to be something that is going to ruin your map sustain for one. But this is something that is going to be dropping. I feel like this is an SSF node, honestly. I feel like this is like, if you're an SSF player, once you've got an established map pool, I feel like Meticulous Appraiser is going to be quite good as a way to get yourself a lot more uniques. If you're playing in General Trade League, this is something that is going to be much more valuable days 1, 2, and 3 than it is after that. Days 1, 2, and 3, this is going to cause you to get a lot of additional unique items, but those unique items are going to fall off hard in value. And so it's got to be during the period where tier 3 uniques are still worth something. Now, it looks like tier 3 rarity uniques are about 6%, sorry, tier 3 and up rarity are about 6% of unique drops. And this again comes from Poor Fishwife's major project of determining the rarity of all the uniques in the game, which is like started with them farming 23,000 uniques in various maps. Seems like about 6% of them are cold iron point or rarer, or equally rare or rarer items. And so with that in mind, a lot of the uniques that drop are not going to be things that you want, because tier 4 and 5 ones, they don't hold any value beyond day 1. I feel like this is going to be something, you definitely don't want this on a map that has divination cards in it, but there are maps like Strand or Beach that have no divination cards of note. In that situation, Meticulous Appraiser might have some use, especially combined with Harvest shenanigans. Like, Harvest has just a whole lot of extra rarity on monsters. I think you could possibly... I think there's a possible Atlas setup around this, but it's not for everyone. And this is not something that most people are going to want to take, but there will be some people who get a lot from it. Now, we have the 7th gate. This is a very expensive setup. All possible league map crafting options are available while 6 gateways are allocated. So if you want to play Heist on the map, if you want to play Map Device Heist, you can do that, but you're going to have to pay quite a bit because you've got a path to all of the gateways. This is a severe drawback on this, but I do think there'll be people who do this. I think that this is going to be a significant setup. And people are saying in chat, I agree with this, that there is quadratic scaling between quantity and rarity. So for instance, if you've got 50% increased quantity and 200% increased rarity, then the 50% quantity means that you're getting 3 items, each of which get the effect of 200% rarity, versus getting the 2 items instead of 3 that each have 350% rarity as a bonus, which is what you've got after this setup. I think that it's going to be tough to work that out. We're just going to have to play around with this. So this is again for the Meticulous Appraiser setup. We're going to have to play around with this. It's too hard to say for now. So the 7th gate is what we want to think on. We've got Beyond with this, we've got Heist with it. They're the things that really jump out as the highest impact. So Beyond for people who want to do heavy juicing, and Beyond has a bunch of other support in this league. You've got this Beyond portals in your maps cannot spawn unique bosses, and Beyond portals have 50% less merging radius, which is going to mean that Beyond can go for longer than it can otherwise. You can then force Beyond to be on the map device here. So there's a lot going for that, but the 7th gate is coming at a big price. It is going to crangle your tree quite a bit. So this is going to be something that is going to really be really impactful. I do think, though, that if no one else is taking this, then taking this with Heist is going to be absolutely nuts. Like, it's just going to make so much currency to be running through maps, grabbing those smugglers' caches, grabbing all of those deception contracts and selling them to people. It's a super fast strategy, and it's one that is going to be very lucrative, because in the current league, in 3.21 that's just ending, Heist being on the map device brought the price of deception contracts down to next to nothing. But in a league where almost no one has access to that, the 7th gate is really going to be lucrative. And I honestly think that that may be one of the best currency strategies for a solo player days 1, 2, 3. If you're not someone who wants to be a bosser, if you want to be a mapper, and you're quite fine with playing a glass cannon character, what you want to do is get yourself to tier 16 maps relatively quickly, maybe buy Voidstone carries so that you can get your 4 Voidstone Atlas set up, and then once you've done that, allocate the 7th gate, and just keep running maps that are fairly easy, that have got Heist, and that have got Searing Exarch altars on them. This is going to be a big money-making setup early on. You then go and sell all your Heist goodies to the Heisters, who will be paying well for it, because Heist is not on the map device, and so they'll be having a bit more trouble getting their Heist gear, and I think that's going to be quite lucrative there. It's not going to make things like Monstrous Treasure available. That's something that's been coming up in chat. And yeah, you got other options there as well, like stuff like Abyss for XP. That's something, and So there'll be a few other uses for this, but I feel like the main ones are going to be forcing beyond when it's not available, forcing heist when it's not available. We now have the thing that was brought up yesterday as a teaser, which is the changes for trade quality of life on PC, where you can hold Alt on a currency item or a stackable fragment, and it will show the count of that currency or fragment within the same inventory. This should be baseline. This should not be something that you need to hold Alt for on trade windows. It's a big improvement over the status quo, but it would be a bigger one if it was default. And then we have the continual changes here to sound, art, effects, and environments. Every time this line is included in the patch notes, there is always something that goes wrong. There is always something that gets broken, and half the fun of the new patch is trying to guess what it's going to be. So if people want to put in chat their guesses as to what they think is going to get crangled here. Will it be the sound effects for Herald of Ice? Will it be the music background in Act 5? There's going to be something that's going to go wrong here, so just take your guesses. I have no idea what they're going to be. Forbidden Sanctum comes up next, so I'm just going to quickly have a look at the chat things. Random off-topic question, which is always fun, especially given that it's come from someone that's been having a couple of beers, asking my favourite Hot Pocket flavour. Would you believe that I don't like them? And just looking to see if there's anything much else. So we've got a guess from FS Forward Sound that it is going to be sound desync that's going to come up. I have no idea here. I am just trying to guess everything here. Ashkar is saying that with pathing to all 6 gateways for the 7th gate, do you need to path to 3 of them and then spend an extra point on each? Yeah, that's correct. You only need to path to 3 of them on the tree, but then you sort of are pathed to all 6 of them at that point, because you've then got to actually spend an extra point on the other side, and so you, even though you're not pathing to all of them on the original Atlas passive tree, but you sort of are as well. And yeah, I heard he's asking why did I change from grab yourself a beer to grab yourself a drink at the start. There's a couple of reasons. The first one was that I took a few weeks off drinking at one point, and the second one was that just the whole thing with American alcohol laws, and I sort of wanted to avoid, well, I wanted to avoid any situation where where I feel like I had to, at least in the United States, maybe declare my videos as 21 plus. I normally put them as 18 plus, and there doesn't seem to be an option for 21 plus, so I wanted to avoid that. And also, you just never know when that would be considered advertising of alcohol. That was the other reason. So there are a few reasons there as to why that stuff came up. People asking Exarch versus Eater. The reason for Exarch is that it is just miles better than Eater of Worlds in terms of currency that it gives you. It would take major changes to the balance of those altars, because the Exarch side has no really common trash outcomes, whereas the Eater of Worlds side has 160,000 weight for alteration orbs. I think it's 80,000 weight for fusings, 160,000 for jeweler's orbs, all these sorts of rubbish that you don't want. So yeah, that's something that is, there's a whole bunch of stuff there that's worthwhile thinking on. Okay, let's get to Forbidden Sanctum at this point. And now we've got Forbidden Sanctum. We've got that it's added to the core game, and it has a maximum area level of 83. Now, interestingly, Forbidden Tomes are going to be tradable, as we know, but the Sanctum is going to be harder than it used to be, apparently. So upon completing a Sanctum floor, the next floor is generated as a tradable item with the state of your Sanctum built in, including Boons, Affliction, Resolve, Relics, and Aureus. Relics have now returned and are now tradable. They are locked in at the beginning of the first Sanctum floor and cannot be changed for the remainder of that Sanctum run. So it seems like you get a copy of your relic state as it is when you open your first floor, because otherwise you wouldn't be able to trade them off. They'd have to be locked at that point. Completing a Sanctum requires killing Lycia in first and second form, and she'll always drop a unique relic, which have been reworked and replaced as we rebalance the Forbidden Sanctum. Primary defenses now have some effect on protecting your resolve. Armor mitigates resolve loss from hits. Evasion grants a chance to avoid resolve loss from hits. Energy Shield provides you with a 50% mitigation barrier, ablative barrier. So Energy Shield is like either Corrupted Soul or Molten Shell, but what Molten Shell would be if it was only 50% instead of 75%. Next, we have the difficulty has been increased, especially in the later floors. Monsters generally have more life, and honestly, the monster life in the Sanctum was already pretty high. They deal slightly more resolve damage. Rare monsters can be found within the Forbidden Sanctum. Ouch. Completing a room now requires killing all rare monsters present. Double ouch. This is going to be pretty significant for some of the easiest rooms in the Sanctum. They're now going to require you to go and find these monsters and kill them. This is going to make no-hit runs miles harder. And this is going to probably be the way that they're looking at balancing Original Sin. They're just going to accept that Original Sin is going to be harder to get. Monsters in the Sanctum are now immune to damage if there is no player within 100 units of them. This is a huge change. So this is going to be something that is a really, really significant decrease to some of the more degenerate strategies for clearing Sanctums. 100 units is a lot. It's more than a screen length, but it's only just more than a screen length. Basically, this is going to make off-screening much more difficult than it is now. So this is a big, big deal. Next we have the... although that said, 120 is the default. So in the rest of the game, this is true, but the number is 120 instead of 100. Now it's going to be 100 instead. So this is a big, big deal. Boons and Afflictions have been reviewed and rebalanced, and we've added new ones themed around the new defensive mechanics. The Rusted Mallet Minor Affliction that causes monsters to have knockback is gone. Relic monster modifiers have been reviewed and rebalanced. We've added new ones for the defensive mechanics. We have also added more hazards and room variety to the Forbidden Sanctum, and it's been adjusted further for Ruthless. So, Forbidden Sanctum is sounding like it's going to be one of those harder sections of the game. It's something that you're probably going to want to be specialized in if you're going to be running it at all. That I feel is the setup there. And like people are saying in chat, Tornado Shot will be worse because of this. So will off-screening with Freezing Pulse Totems. Monsters can off-screen you, but in practice they generally don't. Monsters are not generally very good in the Forbidden Sanctum at tracking your player. If they're off-screen, you can get nailed occasionally, but you probably, as long as you're moving a bit occasionally, you'll be fine. So you only need one item to do the entire Sanctum. There are no Atlas nodes related to it, and you only need one item in order to do the whole Sanctum. I am assuming that that Sanctum access key is going to be genuinely rare. When we say rare, we're talking something like maybe you'll get one of the Sanctum access keys per, maybe, I don't know. Like as often as you get a Heist Blueprint when you have no Heist spec on your Atlas passive tree. Heist Blueprints are believed to be drop rate 160, which is a little bit more common than a Nurse Divination card. I think a Nurse Divination card, I currently suspect the drop rate to be 96. So in the time that you would get 6 Nurses, you would get 10 of the Sanctum Tomes, if it's the same rarity as Heist Blueprints are. That should give you a bit of a sense that they're genuinely quite rare. That's my thought. That's how rare Heist Blueprints are known to be from data mining, and I'm speculating they're going to be the same, but we shall find out. I do think that the access to the Sanctum is going to be valuable, and that these Sanctum Tomes are just going to be somewhat of a jackpot drop when you get them. They're going to be a genuinely valuable thing when they drop, but we shall find out. There will still be a lot of them in the Trade League in general. It's one of those things with rare items across Path of Exile that there are so many people playing the game and so many people playing in a very, very efficient manner that there will be a large number of Forbidden Sanctum Tomes, even if it turns out that it's even rarer than I'm speculating it'll be. Like if they decided to make it 4 times as rare as a Heist Blueprint, which I don't think they'd go that far, but if they did, then I still think there'll be a lot of them going around. So we shall see exactly how that goes. I do feel like a good point that's been made there by Toof in chat is that it may well be something that's scary to play for an average player. Sanctum is going to be a hard set of content to get your feet wet in, because I think that every time you try the Sanctum, it's going to be an expensive item that you're wagering. One thing that you've got though is that you can do the first floor of the Sanctum, and then if you sort of crangle it a bit, you can probably resell your Sanctum Tome at that point. That's your modified tome that's based on your progress. You can probably then turn around and sell that. I would expect that that's something you'll be able to do. So I think that you will either need to be good at Sanctum as a player, or your build will need to be good at it for it to be worth your while doing Sanctum in general. Except, once or twice just to get your feet wet and to experience with it. But I think it's going to be something that will be popular because it was a popular mechanic. It's one of those things that people looked at before the league and were like really expecting it to be rubbish. Then it just turned out to be really, really fun. One other thing that comes up with Sanctum that needs to be said. Sanctum is extremely, extremely sensitive to your ping in a way that the rest of the game is much less so. Sanctum's like Labyrinth in that way, but it's higher stakes than Labyrinth as well. So for that reason, Sanctum is going to be something that players who have a high ping will probably want to sell their Sanctum entry tokens in general. Okay, so question is, when are we likely to get the Atlas passive tree in its entirety? We don't know on that front. That's something that tends to come up during the next week, but I just can't be certain on when that's going to be. That's something that GGG will have a plan for when they're going to reveal it, but it'll probably be one of the major news stories. Maybe Monday New Zealand time. That's what I would do if I was them. I would put out the entire Atlas on Monday New Zealand time, which would be Sunday for those of you in the United States. But that's just what I would do if I was them. I don't know what other players are what they're going to decide. Now, let's have a quick look at the Atlas changes. Firstly, it doesn't look like there's any new maps. We haven't had new maps in a long time. We haven't had any new maps in a very long time. We're gaining Academy, which is a disappointing map. Acid Caverns, which is mediocre, but makes one or two niche uniques that drop from its bosses a little bit more accessible. Not that anyone really cares about those uniques. We have Arena, which is a bad map. Basilica, which is mediocre, like it's a great map and a terrible boss. We have Bazaar back, which is mediocre. Bog map is back, which is a good map. Cage map is back, which is mostly of interest because it is a Chains That Bind map. If the Cage map is a low tier map, then it's going to be something we're all going to want to farm early on as the best way to get your early 6-link. Carcass map is back, and no one is going to be happy about that. Channel map is back, which is a pretty mediocre map nowadays. It used to be a lot better back when Humility was a divination card worth farming, but Humility is much rarer than it used to be, and you should not be farming Channel for it. Courthouse is a slightly above average map. Dark Forest slightly below average. Estuary significantly above average. Forking River is way below average. It's one of the worst maps in the game in my mind. Glacier map is just one of those things that sometimes has some really significant shenanigans with particular league mechanics. There will be people who are very happy to see this one here. Grave Trough is back and this will not make people happy. Graveyard is back. This is going to mean that we will be able to absolutely finalize confirmation that Brother's Gift can drop there. Haunted Mansion is back. Haunted Mansion important. This is a Mage Blood card. This is an Apothecary map, so keep that one in mind. Haunted Mansion drops the Apothecary but does not drop 7 Years Bad Luck. So for that reason, it's worse than Crimson Temple and it's worse than Defiled Cathedral. But Crimson Temple, oh no, they're both there. So okay, Haunted Mansion being there means that it doesn't really matter that much that it's there. Iceberg is just a beautiful tile set. I like Iceberg for that reason. I don't really like it for its layout. Ivory Temple is mediocre. Lava Chamber is below mediocre, but I think it is also a Chains That Bind map. I'd have to check that to be certain. Lava Lake is back for Katava fight enjoyers. Lava Lake can be a very difficult map boss fight early on. Like if your character's really weak, and it's particularly brutal if you are playing in Ruthless. If you're playing in Ruthless, Lava Lake, you will get overwhelmed by the trash in that boss fight. There's a really hard map to get Atlas bonus completion on. Lookout map is back, so look out for that. It's underwhelming. Mausoleum is back. Mausoleum has some really important shenanigans. We'll get to that in a sec. Mesa map is back, and again, actually Mesa is in the same category as Mausoleum. We'll come back to those in a sec because there's something important to go through with those. Mud Geyser is back. This is a good map. Palace is back, which is neither here nor there. Pen is back, which is another one in that cage category of maps that have Chains That Bind. Reef is back, so you get to fight Brine King twice per league, not just once per league. Spider Forest is back, and no one cares, even though it has the Doctor. The Summit map is back, which is one of the more dangerous map bosses, Abrath. Sunken City is back for Arakali enjoyers. Vault and Waterways are both pretty mediocre. So the big thing that we want to discuss here is going to be the changes that's coming up on the on Mausoleum and Mesa. So Jungle Valley, those of you that are familiar with Jungle Valley, which is actually taking a holiday this league, Mausoleum and Mesa both have that same appeal. Jungle Valley, the boss doesn't actually count as spawn for the purposes of Eldritch Altars, so it doesn't count as existing until you go into its room. That's the case with Mausoleum as well. So that means that for Mausoleum, you can spawn Eldritch Altars, knowing that those Eldritch Altars are not going to ever have something that mentions the boss, because the boss doesn't yet exist until you've entered his room. However, Mesa is not exactly the same, but it's similar. Mesa is a better layout than Mausoleum, and Mesa you can just make a straight boss rush at the start. So that makes Mesa a very good choice for a couple of particular league mechanics. It's really, really good in conjunction with your altars, because you can lock out all those boss ones, and the boss ones tend to be pretty much the weakest. And it's also really good for expedition again, because you can do the boss first, then guarantee that all of your altars have more chance of being quantity and rarity affecting, which then tends to be really good on expedition specifically. So Mesa is the best of the boss rushes. Now have a look at the things that are being removed. So Arid Lake is going away. Arid Lake is a above average map. Armory is a genuinely average map. Arsenal is a slightly below average. Belfry is essentially just the same thing as Lava Lake. Don't really like those maps much nowadays. Canyon I have gotten sick of. Canyon is the only map currently that provides the Cosprey's Malice Divination card, but there is a change that's going to enable that card to still be available in the game. Conservatory is going away. No one will really care. That's just basically like Ivory Temple sort of tier of map. Coral Ruins is my picks as one of the worst maps on the Atlas, as is Core. They're both gone. Crater is a pretty good map, and it's gone. Crimson Township, the one that has the hardest boss on the entire Atlas if your character is low damage. So if you've got strong defenses, low damage on your character, Crimson Township is the single hardest boss on the entire Atlas. It is one that can brick Maven 10-way fights. It's going away. This is something to be happy about. Crystal Ore is going away. This is a map that virtually no one likes except me. I actually like the boss fight on that, the only source of Phylacteral Link that's still in the game. Defiled Cathedral is going away. This is one of the Apothecary plus 7 years bad luck maps. However, Crimson Temple is still around. So Crimson Temple is going to be the best map in the game unless there is a new divination card that breaks that up. Desert Spring is going away, so no need to fight Shakira. Her hips don't lie, but she's not going to be on the Atlas this time. Dig is going away, so no need to fight Garakan in maps. It's just once in the campaign. Dry Sea is away. Fields is going away. Fields is one of the best maps, so that'll be lost. That'll be missed by some people. Forbidden Woods is a horrible map that I'm very happy to see not on the Atlas this league. Foundry I quite like. I did a lot of Foundry maps this league while I was doing the Dense Domains challenge, the one to kill maps with a total of 15,000% pack size, because Foundry is one of the fastest maps on the Atlas if you just make a beeline to the boss, although the boss is actually reasonably tough. Grotto got overdone this league because Grotto was the best map for the challenge to farm up all the divination cards. This really only affected solo self-found players. SSF players probably ran 100, 150, 200 grottos in order to do that challenge for the divination cards. It has a divination card for Primordial Jewels, it has a divination card for Influenced 5 links, and it has another divination card that was related to that challenge. I can't think what it was. The Scarab. So there's a whole bunch of divination cards that were all in that one map that were all things that actually required a lot of grinding to get that divination card challenge in SSF. So Grotto was something that I think a lot of people probably burnt out on. It's not one of the best maps in the game or anything close to it. It's just an okay one, and it'll be something that I think we're all fine to not do from League. Jungle Valley is gone. Mausoleum and Mesa replace it. Laboratory is gone, one of my most hated maps. Lair is gone, so it's one less Rigwald on the Atlas, but we have Dark Forest back, don't we? So we have the nasty version of Rigwald in Dark Forest, but we have Lair. Side note on Dark Forest, that is the name of my favourite book of that I read in the 2010s. It was Session News' second book in the trilogy, the Three Body Problem trilogy. The second book in that was fantastic. It was called The Dark Forest. Lighthouse is back. Lighthouse is gone, so that means that Red Blade helmets are going to... I think Red Blade helmets aren't going to exist this league. You got the Delve alternative to them. Marshes is gone, Overgrown Ruin is gone, Plaza is gone, Ramparts is gone, Relic Chambers is gone. I don't like any of those maps. Some people like Ramparts. I think they were just wrong. Scriptorium is gone, Shipyard is gone, Shrine is gone, all medium tier maps, and Toxic Sewer and Waste Pool, ouch. Toxic Sewer and Waste Pool being gone is something to be a bit sad about. There are sources of the Lighthouse map questions coming up about the Red Blade Banner Shield. I think there are still sources of the Red Blade Shield. You can get the shield from the Red Blade cache, and whilst that's not a super common unique, it is something that you can get through the Kirak missions quite a bit. And I think you can also force it with putting Coral into the Betrayal system somewhere. So I do think you can get that. Yeah, it is the case that we have lost Gorge. Gorge has been gone for a long time now. Gorge got replaced with Glacier. I think they should bring back Gorge. It's just going to be another strand, really. Gorge could definitely come back. I'd just like to see new maps on the Atlas. Like, I like the changing around. With them changing around maps on the Atlas, I think it would be more possible for them to add new ones and not run the risk of getting overwhelming amounts of them. So yeah, a bunch of the Maven Invitation brickers. So there's the Plaza map is one of the worst things for a Maven 10-way. Crimson Township is the worst for a Maven 10-way. We still have Rigwald, who is one of the nastier ones to have there. I can't remember whether we've got Map Piety, Malformation Piety. I think we do have Malformation Piety. She's pretty rude in a Maven 10-way, but two of the nastiest ones are gone. And also Relic Chambers is a horrible boss in the Maven 10-ways as well. So the Relic Chambers one, his unique mechanic is that he has a slam that he can only do when he's got a curse on him, and that slam deals absolutely devastating damage. And it's all physical, which tends to scale really well with a lot of other stuff. So Relic Chambers, if you accidentally curse that boss, he's really deadly. And it's easy to accidentally curse him. So yeah, there's a bunch of things I'm happy to see gone here. As there's nothing that is a real tragedy to be gone. Like, I would prefer to keep Arid Lake, I would prefer to keep Crater, and I would actually prefer to keep Foundry, although I think I'm probably pretty much on my own in that, and I prefer to keep Jungle Valley, but I'm not going to be gutted with those being gone. Map tiers are being shuffled as always, and some of the map bosses that are related to Pantheons are being changed as a result. Crafting recipes that were formerly unlocked in maps that have been removed from the Atlas are now found elsewhere. But now we have something that's always interesting, divination card changes. Now, one of the things that's really interesting with divination cards is that we will have a bunch of changes here with divination cards that actually provide some information into the underlying tags that these cards are tied to, because a lot of these maps will gain a new tag. These tags are not something that's player facing, they're sort of hidden, but people will data mine these changes and will find out a whole bunch about how divination cards work from it. Someone's asking about the Crimson Township boss that's going away. So Violet Tier is asking the mechanics of that. What it does is it summons replicas of itself once it falls under 50% health, and these just summon an arena-wide AoE. So there's the obvious attacks of the actual Crimson Mare itself, but then on top of that, there's an arena-wide AoE pulse that comes out of these clones. These clones don't have a lot of hit points, and it is just a straight-up DPS race. This is why this map is so horrible if you're playing a character that is either a glass cannon that gets disrupted while it's doing its damage, or if you're playing a character that is all defense, no offense, because it's hard to mitigate physical damage over time, and so a lot of your damage mitigation doesn't work, but you have lower DPS to compensate for the fact that you've got so much damage mitigation, and that makes that boss really mean. Basically, Crimson Township is an easy boss on a well-rounded character, but if you're making a character that is not well-rounded, then it is a really, really brutal fight. We don't know anything about the two new div cards. There's only two of them, so I kind of feel like they're not going to get a major reveal. Like, they might get revealed if GGG want filler stuff over the weekend. I feel like that's the most likely time that we'll get that information. So, let's just quickly have a look at the various changes that are coming up here. The Scarred Meadow and Tranquility, neither of these are chase cards. I think Tranquility actually is Voltaxic Rift, which is a chase item now, in the sense that it's giga rare, but it's not something people particularly want. Scarred Meadow, I think, is Wake of Destruction, which is a tier 4 or tier 5 rarity unique item. These can now be found in the Orchid map. The Whiteout, which is the Cosprey's Malice Divination card, this can now be found in the Channel map, and presumably only from the Channel map boss. Really interesting that it's Channel and not Waterways. I would have thought Waterways would have fit the thematics of that, whereas the Channel boss from memory is the boss of Act 4 Aqueducts, whereas the Whiteout would fit more with the Ice Elemental in Waterways. But anyways, the Whiteout is now dropping from the Channel map. It's probably still going to be a boss card, and that's because the existing Canyon card for Cosprey's Malice drops only from the boss. What's really important with cards that drop only from map bosses, their drop rate tends to be pretty low, and they also aren't able to be juiced very much. The only way you can really juice them is by using Twinned. There's no other way to do that. So yeah, that's a really, really strange one there. Next thing, unique maps are no longer offered as a mission when re-rolling Kirak missions with an Explorer's Scouting Report. So, I talked about this on stream a little while ago, so I think I might have been the one that got this one killed. I was actually going to send an email into Grinding Gear Games about this because I thought of a degenerate strategy with this that was not going to be fun. But I mentioned this when I was streaming, and I feel like someone from GGG might have seen that. Alternately, someone might have copied it. The thing that's a problem here with the unique maps being offered is that the natural way to play the game is that you want to just complete your entire atlas. But there was a way that you could use Explorer's Scouting Reports to guarantee Coward's Trial repeatedly with this. And that was the broken thing with it. Now, this is going to make it miles harder to get a single Coward's Trial, but the game is balanced around Trade League, and in Trade League, what you could have done with this, this is something that I worked out late in last league and didn't really talk about that much, but as I say, clearly GGG have figured it out. You could do everything on your Atlas except Coward's Trial, then you could just spam these Explorer's Scouting Reports, but then sell portals to the map and not go in it yourself. And that was going to be completely broken and a not fun strategy, where you would have to stay in your hideout all the time, keep forming new groups, and yeah, it was just going to be unfun but optimized. And part of game design is when there is something that is too powerful not to do and not fun, you need to nerf that so that players don't feel compelled to do it. So that was basically me. I didn't actually snitch in the sense of telling GGG directly. I was going to do so, but I forgot to do it. So, yeah, Jung Rowan, Sir Gog, how do you mix that? Jun Gog or whatever. Yeah, I did talk about that on stream, and then I also did it in my private league, although I didn't dial it up to the next level in my private league. So that's something to keep in mind. That is now fixed. I'm quite happy to see that one done. The sextant modifiers that cause the final map boss in each map to drop a specific map. These have been changed to drop upon completing your maps. So this is not going to work in conjunction with that new Maven-themed keystone. That's the Maven 10 Ways keystone. That's probably going to just... That needed to happen, because otherwise if that sextant modifier could be used with that keystone, it was going to have to be used with that keystone, and it would just have been a wealth transfer to people who are doing that strategy. So I think it's the right decision that they've made here, but it's going to kind of kill that keystone off. I don't really see that. I don't really see that set up. When adding the new Lucid Dreams Keystone passive, we also took the time to review Val's side areas in maps and the modifiers present on them. Like I said, you can get ultimatum aspects from these things. That's going to be a really high-end outcome. It's probably going to be rare. We will know more about this when those mods get data mined at the time that the pre-patch torrent goes live, which will be about league start minus 21 hours. All modifiers except one no longer grant additional packs of corrupted Val monsters. This has been moved to be an implicit modifier instead. This could actually be really significant. Interestingly, that means that you can scour these zones, and maybe they're actually okay scoured. Modifiers with upsides no longer have quantity or corruption chance, unless that's the only thing they do. Modifiers with downsides no longer have variable corruption chance. It's just a fixed value related to the perceived difficulty of the monster. So essentially what they're saying here is that these are the mods on the Vaal side areas are going to feel a bit more like map mods do. Vaal side areas no longer roll regular map modifiers, so no longer they're going to get things like Reflect, probably. They can't get reflected maps anyway. They used to be able to do that. The modifiers that add additional monsters are now suffixes, and the explicit item corruption chance modifier has been removed. The values provided by modifiers have been rebalanced. Added some new modifiers, including one that causes Vaal vessels to contain an additional level 21 corrupted gem. So level 21 corrupted gem is not really a big reward, mostly because most players, like, a level 21 gem early on is fine, but you're going to want to upgrade from it to a level 21, to a 21-20 gem at some point. Maybe you also want to upgrade further to a 21-23 or an alternate quality at some point. This is basically intermediate gear, but it does tend to be pretty rare. Next, we have the big stuff that's being changed here in a sec with the Vaal Temple map. So map bosses in corrupted areas no longer have the corrupted tag and no longer drop additional Vaal themed items. I don't think this is going to matter this much. It just means you'll get a little bit less of a number of Vaal gems and sacrifice fragments from these areas, but that doesn't really matter because most people leave them on the ground. Here's the big one though. Vaal Temple is no longer going to be coming from Heist. Vaal Temple is no longer going to be coming from Delirium map rewards. Vaal Temple can no longer be obtained outside of Corruption, Vaal side areas, or Divination cards. This is going to be a really big change. Vaal Temples are something that... so there's 2 Divination cards for them. There's my one, Price of Prescience. There's a more common one that gives you a... just a Lingering Remnants, it's called, is the other one. This is actually going to be a nerf to availability of Elder Guardian maps, because Vaal Temples have been something that Heisters have been producing a lot of, Delirium Enjoyers have been producing a lot of. They're now going to be producing less of them. The other thing is that very few Vaal Temple maps actually get generated by corrupting maps, so applying a Vaal Orb to a tier 16 map appears to only have about a 1 or 1.5, maybe 2% chance to transform that into a Vaal Temple. Unless they're increasing this rate, we're just not going to see very many Vaal Temple maps anymore unless they drop a lot in Vaal side areas. They're only going to drop in tier 16 side areas probably, or tier 15 map side areas, because they'll be dropping, they'll be monster level 83. So I feel like there's going to be a lot less Vaal Temples going around as a result of this. This is going to mean less double corrupted uniques dropping. It's going to mean much less access to Price of Protection Divination cards, which means much less access to Elder Guardian fights. We may see a situation where Shaper Guardian and Elder Guardian maps start equalizing a bit in value, but we'll have to see exactly how that works out. Also, yeah, Kirak Vaal Temple is going to be gone, but they may have decided to make it more common as a corruption outcome. We don't know on that. In the absence of that, though, I guess we'll just have to see. The Beastcraft from Einhar's Memory of Harvest Beast that used to create a Vaal Temple map has now been actually upgraded to provide a Synthesis unique map instead. Synthesis unique map, even if you just get one of the lesser 4, it's still fine, and you've got the chance of getting a Cortex there. Most sources of a random Synthesis map are actually 20% to be each of the 5 options, so 20% to be a Cortex. So this is going to be a significant buff to that beast. We've also added 3 new unique Vaal side areas. Happy Hunting, i.e. Happy Scour Chancing. So yeah, this is going to be interesting to see. Ultimately, as an entire package, these changes to Vaal side areas, it's hard to judge what they're going to do. We really can't say as yet. There's a bunch of big changes here, and it's just not clear whether they net out as buffs, whether they net out as nerfs. We're just going to have to play around and work that out over time. Atlas passive tree changes come next. So here, this is something that that are going to have another big impact on endgame play, but there's a whole bunch of little changes here that are going to add up. Firstly, Shaping the Seas and Shaping the Valleys have been removed from the Atlas entirely, and the new notables Bold Undertakings and Overloaded Circuits have taken their position. There are now 6 Atlas skills in their cluster, which each provide a slightly higher percentage chance for maps to be a tier higher. Maps being a tier higher is still is less of a reward in the base game than it is in Ruthless. Like in Ruthless, this would be huge, but in the base game, this is just a small bonus. It doesn't really matter that much because since Grinding games have moved away from maps being rare, maps aren't really loot anymore. New maps cluster has been added to the Atlas passive tree. The notable Shaping the World partially compensates for the loss of Shaping the Valleys and Seas. It provides final map boss in each map has a 5% chance to drop an additional connected map. This is huge if you can get this early. This is going to be absolutely phenomenal to get this early on because it's going to help you fill out your entire Atlas. At the same time, maps found have a 10% chance to be 1 tier higher, while 2 small Atlas passive skills each provide maps have 5% chance to be 1 tier higher. This cluster is going to be a must-take early on unless it's in a really awful location here. So we shall see exactly what's going on. But there's a bunch of good stuff there that will be worth looking into. Take this early, unspec it late once you've got all of your once you've got your Atlas done, and you've got a basic map pool of say 30 or 40 high tier maps. At that point, I think you'll just want to drop Shaping the World. It's no longer going to be useful. Next, we have added a new Beyond cluster to the Atlas passive tree. 3 notables in the cluster. Swarming Hive grants Beyond Demons have a 100% increased chance to be followers of Katash, and 30% more divination cards found from Beyond Demons in your maps that follow Katash. So this means that your Beyond monsters are going to be something like, I'm just trying to work out the exact numbers there. So 50% of your Beyond monsters are going to drop 30% more div cards. That's going to be 15% more div cards from these monsters. So for this to be worthwhile taking, you are going to need to have at least, I think, 30% of your divination cards in a map coming from Beyond Demons, which I don't think is going to be the case. So my initial thoughts on this, Swarming Hive is probably not going to be all that great, but let's have a look at the rest of it first. Pale Clarion grants that Beyond Demons are 100% increased chance to be followers of Baydat and 30% more basic currency found from Beyond Demons that are followers of Baydat. So again, that's going to be 15% more basic currency from those monsters. Again, I feel like this is probably a miss, but probably a bit better than the div card one. Voracious Throng grants 100% increased chance to be followers of Gore and 30% more unique items found from Beyond Demons that are followers of Gore. This one actually, even though the unique items may be the weakest of the rewards, I feel like this could have some potential. I don't know how much rarity Beyond Demons have. If Beyond Demons have a lot of rarity, then this could actually be, then the Gore side could actually be the good one here. So that's the,
we're going out.
That's the thing that needs to be, that's the thing that we need to assess there. Okay, so I'm not sold on this cluster, but I'm also not convinced that it's trash. Added a new Torment cluster to the Atlas passive tree. The notable grants your maps are haunted by an additional Tormented Spirit, which would normally be rubbish, but there is more synergy for that in the form of the new, what do you call it? In the form of the new keystone for it. On the question that's come up, are Beyond currencies basic currencies? No, they're not basic currency items. The tainted currency are league currency items instead of that. And there's a question of quantity to rarity keystone. Yeah, the quantity to rarity keystone could potentially be good in conjunction with followers of Gore. That's going to be hard to math out whether it's an improvement or not. My gut says it may or may not be, and it's just going to be a whole bunch of testing to work that one out. So back on this Torment stuff, getting an extra Tormented Spirit is usually rubbish, but there's enough synergy with Torment now that it's not. And the 3 small Atlas passives each grant 25% increased duration to Tormented Spirits. The key thing here is if you're taking the keystone that lets Tormented Spirits possess you, then that is potentially going to be really, really interesting. And Abe's commenting in chat that, yeah, Beyond monsters can drop area-specific divination cards, which is true. I just don't think you get enough of them. It's not Scourge League anymore. Scourge League, the monsters were giving huge amounts of zone-specific div cards, but that is not the case here. So, yeah, I want to play around with these. Let me just say that my initial reaction to these is negative, but that I'm very open to being proven wrong on it. Sometimes you look at something and you're like, I'm sure that this is trash. Other times you look at something and you're just, I'm not sure about this. I really don't know. So we'll have a quick look at the Vile Side Area cluster here. The Notable Unimaginable Horrors grants unique bosses in Vile Side Areas in your maps deal 30% more damage. Ouch. Unique bosses in Vile Side Areas in your maps have 100% more life. Double ouch. And Vile Side Areas in your maps have 20% chance for rewards from Vile Vessels to be duplicated. Now, this would be bad in the current state of the game, but I don't think the current state of the game is continuing here, and that with the overhaul of Vile Side Areas, I think this could be alright. And there's also 2% increased chance for your maps to contain a Vile Side Area as well. I'm curious whether the existing zone that causes Vile Side Areas to sometimes be alluring is still going to exist or not. But I think that all of this stuff with Vile Side Areas, it doesn't really benefit from scarabs you might be using on your maps. And so that's something that we'll have to experiment with there. Another adjacent map drop chance Atlas small passive skill has been added around Hunting Season, Archaeology Tour, Covert Stakeouts, and Mining Partnership Notable Atlas passive skills to make space for the new All Hands Keystone. That's going to be a pretty minor thing. Like, it's just an extra pathing node, but it's one of the less terrible pathing nodes. So you can see that there. If we want to test for certain about Beyond Monsters dropping area-specific div cards, you want to test that in the map Fields, where you've got Reign of Chaos. I think it's Fields, or Castle Ruin. There's the ones that have got Reign of Chaos, because 1.5% of all drops in those zones are going to be Reign of Chaos. So you'll be able to find them. The ones that are alluring, a question's been asked in chat, they're 60% more damage, which means they're so lethal. But they drop Uber Rat3 fragments instead of regular Rat3 fragments. So they're sort of, the alluring stuff it's not a very good cluster on the passive tree, but it's just interesting that we've got all this extra support to stack with it. But they stack additively in terms of rewards and multiplicatively in terms of danger. And I don't know that you want to take the alluring side areas stuff anyway. Okay, so Sturdy Construction Atlas passive skill no longer causes Blight Towers and their minions to deal 20% more damage. You don't need that because there is a keystone that does something miles bigger than that. Instead, it's Blight Monsters in your maps take 12% increased damage. Oh, wow. So 12% increased damage is additively stacking with shock. The way that that's worded. So that means that if the monster is not shocked, it's equivalent to a 12% shock. If they're already 23% shocked, it raises that shock to 35% shock. So it's that layer of damage, and that's going to be a pretty significant thing to use in conjunction with the new tower node. So and it also works with your own damage as well. Sturdy Construction is just going to make blights easier. Simple as that. Delirium Difficulty and Persistence, Atlas small passive skill that provides Delirium in your maps increases 5% faster with distance from the mirror, and Delirium Fog in your maps dissipates 4% slower has been removed. So one of the reasonably good travel nodes that was added to the Atlas in 3.20, but not one of the great ones, it's just a decent one, not a great one, that's being removed there. Seance and Unrelenting Torment have been swapped in their locations on the Atlas tree. Seance is one of those clusters that is just so underrated because Torment is rubbish, so people think everything related to Torment is rubbish, but Seance has been really good for a long time. If you want to add increased unique items to your maps, Seance is a good way to do it, but it's very, very rippy. It's wild, it's fun, and actually, honestly, if you've never played around with Torment on the Atlas, please give it a try just for a laugh, because it is really funny. It is really, really funny there. Some Atlas passive skills have moved location to make space for new clusters. Alright, so past league changes. Oh, here we go. Here's the big stuff. Here is the big stuff here. So, Legion Domain of Timeless Conflict is getting dealt with here. Let's talk about why this is happening, because this is one of those things that really, really needed to be dealt with for a very long time. I believe that, because I know Chris Wilson has played Magic the Gathering for a long time. Let's just start with a quick aside about Magic that is going to be related to the Domain of Timeless Conflict. I think it was in 2013, Magic the Gathering had recently released a set called Theros, and at this point they had a super permissive approach to data, a super transparent approach to data about player games. So, players were able to scrape all of the games that were being played on Magic the Gathering Online. They were able to watch the replays of them, work out, especially using computer programs, what decks each player was playing and what the win rate was for each deck in the format. They're able to very accurately determine what the best decks were and what the best versions of those decks were as well, through using the enormous amount of data that was provided by Wizards of the Coast. This would then continue to be the case for a short period of time, but eventually Wizards of the Coast would stamp out a lot of this data. And the reason that they stamped this out was because it was causing the metagame to warp in ways that were less fun, at least in their opinion. Now, Wizards of the Coast have gone completely to hell in recent years, but at this point, I honestly think they did the right thing. Even though I didn't like it at the time, they fuzzed a lot of this data and made it so that you could no longer get perfect information about all of the games of Magic the Gathering that were being played online. Now, Chris Wilson knows this. I know Chris Wilson played Magic the Gathering, and he would have known that these changes happened back, as I say, I think it was 2013. So, he has a bit of an idea as to the effect on a developing metagame and how much it solves a metagame quickly if there's complete information. For that reason, I think he has allowed the domain of timeless conflict to remain completely broken for a long period of time. Partly because it increases player power and some people like that, but mostly because the old domain of timeless conflict was making it so that you could not just look at the list of level 100 characters and authoritatively state, these are the best builds of the league. Instead, you would have a whole bunch of people who just bought their way up to level 100, and they would then flood all of it with misleading and wrong data. So that is the big thing that I think they're doing with the domain of timeless conflict. So that's the reason that I think they left the domain of timeless conflict in a completely broken state for many, many years, especially after the last changes to Headhunter made it even better there. So that is the background. Now they're going and they're doing some changes to it. And let's just go through the changes that are being done here. So, Domain of Timeless Conflict now has a minimum area level of 80. Specific Timeless Emblems and Unrelenting Timeless Emblems no longer provide additional levels. I think it used to be 68 with, I think it was like +5 for Marraketh, +4 for Templar. Whatever it was, it turned out that if you did a 5-way Domain of Timeless Conflict, it wound up as level 84. Additional area levels are now based on the number of emblems used. 4 emblems increases the area level by 1, 5 emblems by 2. So this means it's monster level 82 rather than 84 if you are running a Domain of Timeless Conflict with 5 emblems in it. Now, we're then going to then say that on top of this, each Unrelenting Timeless Emblem increases the area level by 0.5 round down. So 5 emblems is going to be 84. If you're running 4 Unrelenting plus 1 regular, or 5 Unrelenting, it's going to be area level 84. Now, it's really important to say that beyond monster level 79, there is very little impact on total XP. The way that the diminishing returns on XP works, once you hit level 79 areas, there's not much of a change to the diminishing returns formula after that. There's a really complex formula that was introduced in Prophecy League that is a complete mess. It's hard to explain, but basically, each time a zone levels up, the base XP goes up by about 3% on all monsters. So you do keep that, but the formula for player difference from the zone level becomes less and less sensitive to changes in the zone level above zone level 79 or so. So that is the complete mess that's happening here. I do think this is going to mean that most people are not going to go past level 97 anymore. Like a lot of the people that currently hit level 100 in rotations on TFT, those people are now going to go to 97 instead and stop, unless they've made an extraordinarily defensively strong build and an extraordinarily good all-round build, in which case it'll only those builds that hit 100. That said, there are still Breachstones in the game. There are still the new 5-ways in the game as well. So now we have 20% increased XP gain from each Timeless Emblem has been removed. Unrelenting emblems now gain 10% instead of 20%. This is stated on the item tooltip. And each Timeless Emblem and Unrelenting Timeless Emblem now adds more monster life and adds increased monster damage. So basically, Domain of Timeless Conflict is rippier than it used to be. It's worse than it used to be in every way. And honestly, I'm happy about that. This definitely means that we're not going to be seeing level 100s as much. The smaller number of level 100s, it will now be a stronger indicator of a strong build, which means there will be more authoritative information on what the best builds of a league are. Glass cannons will not be level 100 anymore. If you want to be level 100 on a build that's a glass cannon, you're going to be an all-round build first, then you'll respec into glass cannon later. So, I think that is the situation that is going to be the case there. I think this is overdue. I think this should have happened years ago. And honestly, I'm really surprised that it didn't happen in 3.15 with all the other big nerfs. But this one is a nerf that I'm actually very happy to see. It's something that's been needed for a long time. And it is actually going to be a backhanded buff because it's going to improve the quality of information available to players, probably at a level that Chris Wilson won't be particularly happy with long term. The other thing is that this is going to mean that the in-game chat channels where these sorts of things get organized. So the Forbidden Trove is very ruthless on where they allow people who are doing 5-way Domain of Timeless Conflict to advertise. They constrain them into one place. In-game chat channels don't do that, and in-game chat channels have been really absolutely ruined by 5-way services because 5-way services are so profitable to run. If you get one of the first headhunters in the league and you start running 5-ways, you make a staggering amount of currency. That's no longer going to be the case, and as a result, there's going to be less of an incentive to spam up trade 820 with this sort of 5-way rubbish. So yeah, very happy to see this happening here ultimately, and that's going to be gone. This is also going to make Legion Timeless Duels much more expensive. Like, Timeless Duels are now going to be the reward from Legion. At the moment, Timeless Duels are a waste product of people creating emblems for XP farming. After this, Timeless Duels are going to be much more expensive. They'll still exist, but it's not going to be like SSF where you can't get them, but they're going to be a significant reward, and a lot of people are going to be trying to get them, especially as people are saying in chat, the medium tier ones are going to be much harder to get. Interestingly, this is going to make people want to do more of the Val specific. Like, the Val one is often, like, it depends league by league. It depends on the league meta, but the Val one tends to be the best of the Timeless Duels. It wasn't in 321. It was the one that's best with the projectiles that was best. I'm trying to think of the name of it. The one that can get 5% double damage. But anyways, that was the best of them in the 321 league, but in general, it's the Val one that's the best. And you might see people taking the Legion Atlas node that biases you towards getting more Val emblems, because that's going to now be the one that people are most going to be interested in doing in the Domain of Timeless Conflict. So, all sorts of chaos there. Abyss is another point. Abyss is going to replace this. Mapping in general is going to replace this. But for high-end XP farming, it's going to be Breachstones. Both standard Breachstones and the new Flawless Breachstones. So standard Breachstones are what pure Breachstones used to be, but Flawless Breachstones are what they've always been. Both of these are going to be done in rotations. They're going to replace the Legion 5-ways, but they're going to be less significant there. So that is going to be interesting. And will there still be 5-ways through level 97 is a question. I don't know. I feel like if you're wanting to get to 97, there's a lot of other alternatives. And most of the time people do Legion 5-ways mostly for that last boost. You'll probably still be able to do them. Like, Legion 5-ways will still exist. I just don't think that they'll be a major thing anymore. So, yeah, Timeless Duels are going to be the big thing, and farming Breachstones will be the biggest XP source. The other thing there's a few other sources of XP that you can build up as well. So, one of the things that's significant with XP is that no one ever really does, because 5-ways are better, is Betrayal Safe Houses. Also, if you want the safest way to get XP now, this is the boring way. These are the two best ways to get XP in the new game at the moment. The first way is going to be scoured tier 16 or tier 14 plus maps with Jun encounters on them, they give a huge amount of XP, like so much more than a juiced map would give. So much more, and they're incredibly safe because Jun encounters give a lot of XP in general. Jun's also going to give you the safe houses, which are a lot of XP, and scoured level 83 heist blueprints, which are also loot positive as well. So there's a bunch of things that give a lot of XP. The breach stones will be loot negative. The 5-ways, we don't know whether they'll be good or not. There's a few delirium changes to a few maps that have been a little bit inconsistent. So monster kills required to gain delirium rewards in these. The most important thing is that it doesn't include the words you're looking for, which are Tropical Island. Bramble Valley, Cold River, Crimson Township, Dry Sea, Forbidden Woods, Foundry, Frozen Cabins, Silo, and Stagnation. Delirium nerfs in those that apparently have been outliers. I was not aware any of those were outliers, to be honest. So that's something that's worth noting. And yeah, someone else is pointing out reverse incursions. Yeah, reverse incursions are incredible for XP. There's also Grand Design Growing Hordes. Abyss is going to be incredible XP. Gem XP is still going to be dominated by the Simulacrum, I think. So there's a whole bunch of stuff. Reverse incursions, yeah. Reverse incursions give a lot of XP. So there's lots of things there. There's a lot of ways you can do that. And now let's have a quick look at everything else here for Torment. Tormented Spirits have more life, much more life. Wow, Tormented Spirits are tanky now. They have a tapering less damage taken buff, which activates on entering their range and scales down to no DR after 15 seconds. Torment Spirits are being made tanky so that they can actually do their job. For every enemy a Tormented Spirit touches, it increases the damage the Spirit takes by 5%. Their AI has changed considerably. They now aggressively touch monsters that aren't touched and more aggressively possess. Stats that add Tormented Spirits to an area now consistently describe as haunted by rather than sometimes be contains. Okay, all the changes about Torment I'm liking. Torment's been a bad mechanic for a long time, but that doesn't mean it's a doomed mechanic. It just means that it's been a bad one for a long time. So I'm interested in what's going on there. Guardian is being completely redesigned. I just realized I haven't done a separate video on this, but part of the reason I haven't done a separate video is that we can't really do that until we get details on the minions it summons. So currently Guardian, we don't know anything about whether Guardian's good or not. The key thing that's of note though, Radiant Faith is something you can now pull onto a mana Hierophant. So Radiant Faith Forbidden Jewels look really interesting. You can pull these onto a Hierophant and actually have a Hierophant support. Something that hasn't really existed before. You're going to get all the benefits of a Mana Guardian, whilst you've also got some degree of power as a support character. I think there's an interesting build to be made there. It's an open question whether it's better or worse than existing supports. I think it's probably not going to be as good as the meta setups for aura support characters, but it's at least worth experimenting with and exploring what you can do. In terms of other things with relation to the Guardian Ascendancy, I think Harmony of Purpose is probably going to be bad because it's link-based and links are just not very good. I mean, links are very good, but they're just too clunky. The exception is that Frigid Bond is so inherently powerful that it might be worth making work, and so that's an option for the Guardian, but I'm not really sold on it. Ultimately, though, all I can say about the Guardian is let's just wait and see because we don't have enough information to judge it. Harmony of Purpose has changed since the live stream. Thank you for pointing that out. So no longer provides nearby enemy, it no longer has the charges shenanigans, and it now grants linked targets and allies in your link beams have 5% to all max resists. Enemies in your link beams cannot apply elemental elements, and enemies in your link beams have neg 20 to all elemental resistances. Oh wow. Enemies in your link beams have neg 20 to all elemental resistances is absolutely huge in conjunction with Frigid Bond. So if there is a Frigid Bond build using Forbidden Shaco, so this would be a Forbidden Shaco that reads Socketed Gems are supported by level 35 Frigid Bond, then this is going to be central to it. And being a Guardian, you will have a fair amount of, your minions will have a fair amount of tankiness. So you could use this in conjunction with probably Animate Guardian and Frigid Bond. I think there's a lot of damage there. So that's it there. Now links do kill you if your link target dies, but Animate Guardian doesn't die very easily if you build it. Even like you don't need to put good gear on it, but if you put just basic defensive gear on it, it's going to be ridiculously tanky. Like the thing is, I I think the Animate Guardian has like 150,000 hit points and 90% less damage taken from most boss slams. So it's something that I think is worth an experimenting with. But yeah, it is something that basically links haven't been very good in general, but Frigid Bond as an offensive skill, not anything really to do with the link. The link is just there because it has to be, is something that I think is interesting to play around with. So not aware of any other changes to the Guardian Ascendancy since the live stream. Discussed it a bit on the original ExileCon live stream, but I'm not sold on it. It's going to come down to live or die with these auras that, with these minions that it produces. Chieftain is next. A lot of people are down on the Chieftain. I am absolutely not down on the Chieftain. I think the Chieftain has a fair amount going for it. So Namahu Flames Advance has been changed. Oh, that's interesting. Namahu Flames Advance is now also granting smaller notable passives in a large radius to grant +3 strength. It's still not very good, but it has been changed. We need to have a look at everything else here because there's a bunch of changes here. So Hinakura Death's Fury is very niche. This has its uses, but only if you're running unusually dense content and only in conjunction with something that's a bit more reliable. The massive explosions are generally going to be wasted as overkill, but if you can make them ignite and you can make the ignites proliferate, then there is some power there for Simulacrum and for other content, 100% Delirious content, where you've got a lot of monsters in one place. One explosion can actually wipe out entire packs with that, and even one white monster exploding can defeat a unique monster sometimes. There is use cases to it, but it is not going to be for general purpose mapping at all. This is highly specialized and just not very good. Now, we have the Tessalio. Is this exactly what it was before? Yeah. Tessalio is very good. It's a travel node, so you have to take it in order to get Valko Storm's Embrace, which is very strong, and it is very good. It basically means that if you can double cap your fire resistance, then it will cap your cold and lightning resistance for you. And there's a number of mechanics that interact with overcap fire res. So this is pretty good. Valko Storm's Embrace is now just still doing exactly what was teased. So modifiers to maximum fire res apply to maximum cold and lightning resist. This is not exactly the same as Melding of the Flesh, but it is very similar to it. And now we have Arungoi. I did ask how to pronounce this, and someone told me and I've forgotten. So we're just going to call this Totem Node. This causes totems to taunt enemies around them for 4 seconds when summoned, and to regenerate some life, and you recoup life equal to 25% of the damage that's taken by your totems as life. 25% was 10% in the original live stream. 10% was not very good because damage that's taken by totems is already reduced by 80% because of the way totems work. They have 80% DR against monster hits. So if a totem was in the Shaper's Slam, the Shaper's Slam deals about 11,000 damage to players. So the totem takes 2,200 damage. You recoup 550 of that as life. You're going to have a few totems. That's actually going to be enough. When it was 10%, it wasn't enough to matter. Now at 25%, it is. And the purpose of this node is that it is going to make Searing Bond totems into... Searing Bond already does good damage, but it's going to deal with the clunkiness of the skill. So that is going to be significant. Suleiman's saying in chat that you wanted to play RF Chieftain. I think RF Chieftain has a lot going for it. And it's actually on my short list of things to league start, because what you're doing differently, RF Juggernauts use Fire Trap for a supplementary damage. You are going to be using Searing Bond. Maybe Searing Bond and Fire Trap, maybe just Searing Bond. And you're then going to have all the advantages of your totems being able to taunt, and you've got the single best damage node for Righteous Fire in the game. This is not a damage node that works on everything, but it's a damage node that works on the worst monsters in the game, which are the ones that have got a huge buff to resistances. So I'm actually shortlisting Chieftain RF as a starter option, but if I do it, and I want to stick with the build long term, I would then respec Jug late league once I can siphon Rumiko using Forbidden Jewels. So that's the thing. Someone's asking about Explode Totems. Where were you when Explode Totems were killed? You were in Sergog's stream, because Explode Totems are gone. They're just gone. They're just obliterated. So Namahu has been buffed, like we said, but it's still not very good. +3 strength is I don't think it's enough. Even though you can get a lot of strength with this, because you can you can have multiple jewels getting this benefit. So it's not like it's just one spot. Maybe a strength stacker will get something out of this. If you need a bunch of flat strength, but no, it's such a high opportunity cost. I'm not sold on it. I'm not sold on it at all. It is correct, Ramako doesn't work with other sources of fire res reduction, but the key thing is that the game has changed since 3.17, when the highest monster resists in the game were pretty much found on pinnacle bosses. Nowadays, the highest monster resists are rares, especially with altars. Altars have just been absolutely and utterly ridiculous in terms of the amount of resist that they give. So, for example, let's take a Juggernaut that has 2 million pinnacle DPS 2 million pinnacle boss DPS on Righteous Fire. That's probably after the monsters. They probably have 1.5 million, and they've got the monster down to negative 33% fire res. If that monster has an altar affecting their resistances, suddenly that player is only doing 375k DPS to them, because they're gonna have 75% fire res. If that monster is a tanky rare that's got Consecrated Ground and also has fire resist from a map mod and has fire resist from Abrath Touched, all these things are going to mean that that particular monster is going to have 75% fire res after all of your resist stripping is taken into account. So there's a whole lot of things that give monsters like more than 100% increases to their resistances, and that's why Ramako's ability to just obliterate the resist entirely, setting it to 0 after all modifiers, is like the Inquisitor. It's like the Inquisitor, actually. The Inquisitor was a terrible Ascendancy in 3, 13, 14, 15, 16, and also mediocre in 17, because, at least the crit aspect, because it was better to nerf monsters' resistances and penetrate the resistances than it was to bypass them. But now, Inquisitors are one of those caster Ascendancies that's really good, because they can bypass all of the monsters that might have 220% lightning resist before the Inquisitor node. So that's the thing that's there. It is no question that Juggernaut is the better choice for doing pinnacle bosses. That is 100% the case. Juggernaut will have better damage against than a Chieftain for Righteous Fire against a pinnacle boss. But how much of your time do you spend doing pinnacle bosses? You're not playing a bossing specialist character, so you're not going to be doing uber pinnacles much. Maybe you do them once just to show off, but you're not going to be doing them consistently. And that's where I like the Chieftain, the whole package. Once I realized that the Totem Taunts and Searing Bonds was a thing, at that point I was sort of sold on it. The Totem Taunts mean that you can stand still against more dangerous monsters generally. There'll be the odd time you can't, but Frostblink will help with that. So this is why I think that there's a whole bunch of stuff that you can do here. If you are wanting to go with Chieftain RF, you want Ramako, you want Tassalio, you want Valako, and you want Moon's Presence. Those are going to be your 4 nodes. And then you'll probably pull in the Juggernaut Defend with a percentage of armor. At least once you're rich, you'll pull that in with your Forbidden Jewels. And you will then have a whole bunch of armor that you're stacking. That's the way I'm thinking of building it. But I'm not sold on it, but I think it's a lot better than people are being dismissive of it, because if you're wanting to do damage against pinnacle bosses, the Chieftain package is bad. But if you're wanting to do damage against rare monsters, which you spend a lot more time fighting, I think the Chieftain package is fine. Now we have Tofar here, Tofar Forest Strength, which is going to deal, is now going to also work for strikes, but there's just not enough information to say what's going on there. Phantasmal Searing has been raised in chat. That's the one that gives additional. That is the one that causes you to get extra Searing Bond totems maximum, isn't it? So just with the mechanics of Searing Bond, it is a binary thing. Monsters don't take triple damage if they're in 3 beams. They just take normal damage, but the base damage on it is so high that that's okay. So all that the extra totems do is then provide you with more ground coverage. Okay, Ascendant is next. Here we have the changes to the Guardian options and the Chieftain. There is actually no overhaul of the Ascendant in general. It is just these changes. So, Guardian no longer provides reduced effective curses on you, no longer provides auras from your skills grant 1% PDR to you and your allies. Ouch, that's going to really hurt Scion aura bots. And no longer provides the charge sharing, and no longer provides you and nearby allies have onslaught when you've got 5 allies. Ouch. So instead, auras from your skills grant 3% improved recovery rate. So if you've got 6 auras, then that's going to be 18%. If you've attacked recently, you get they sort of, you and nearby allies get some attack and block bonuses. Yeah, that is actually a real nerf to Guardian Aurabots for Ascendance. I think that this is definitely worse than it was here. So yeah, that's funny, and I agree. I do agree that the Chieftain having 10% strength is funny when the Ascendant has it, but the base Ascendancy doesn't. No longer provides fire damage, regen life per second, or 1% of damage dealt by your totems is leached by you as life. Instead, totems have 2-second taunt, unaffected by ignite, and 10% increased strength. This is an incohesive combination here. It doesn't really matter because old Ascendant Chieftain wasn't particularly popular either. But basically, I think old Ascendant Guardian was good, and the new version is quite a bit worse. Old Ascendant Chieftain was not good, and the new version isn't either. This is not cohesive with the sorts of things people are going to have, except maybe unaffected by ignite is a hard stat to get. People do go for that on... if you are reflecting ignites to yourself with the Fulcrum, then maybe you would consider this. And yeah, 10% strength versus many flat strength nodes is tough to compare as well. No one plays the Fulcrum in conjunction with Crystallized Omniscience. If you want some sort of meme build that uses the Fulcrum and Crystallized Omniscience, then yeah, you could use the Ascendant Chieftain. But really, it's... I'm not sold on these Ascendant changes. Occultist. Due to the discovery of a bug when Frigid Wake was incorrectly using a fixed duration freeze, causing it to not be affected by freeze duration modifiers, we've made these changes. The described bug has been fixed. No longer has every 4 seconds 33% chance to freeze nearby chilled enemies for 600 milliseconds, or every 4 seconds freeze nearby chilled enemy non-uniques for 600 milliseconds. Instead, every 4 seconds, 50% chance to freeze nearby non-frozen enemies for 0.6 seconds. So... we just have another quick read of this. So it's chilled non-uniques and... So that's I feel like that's probably a slight buff there, which a bit to the side of the occultist that the freezing aspect it's a bonus. It's yeah, this is the 50% chance is a bit dubious. Ultimately, this is not a major change, the Occultist. Occultist is more popular with chaos damage builds than cold damage builds at the moment anyway. And it's not something that's a winner. But it does work on enemies that are not chilled. Yeah, that's a buff. That is a buff. So overall, this is a buff. No longer requiring them to be chilled. Although you're playing an Occultist, you probably have them chilled anyway. Whatever the case, Frigid Wake is still a must-take node on... It's going from must-take to must-take if you're playing Cold Dot Occultist. So it's not really significant in terms of build changes, and I don't think it's going to have that much of an impact. It will now scale duration with effects that modify freeze duration. So if you've got a few of those, then it's going to be better. Ailment duration now works. So with a question from someone that's just got here, you for what it's worth, you can rewind if you want and put it on a higher speed, although you won't catch up at this point. We'll finish before then. But there are some Ruthless changes that we're going to go through quickly, but everything so far is non-Ruthless. Everything so far is probably both Ruthless and base game. But everything so far we've been discussing has been the base game stuff. Ruthless we'll go through quickly because I know from... even though I quite like Ruthless when I tried it, at least as far as yellow maps, I don't think it works that well after there. But I know from my experience in making initial attempts at making content for it that most people aren't that interested. I'll get to why I think GGG created Ruthless, and for that matter the other hard modes in a bit though, because I think that there's some interesting stuff to discuss. We'll come to that when we get to the Ruthless sections, but we will blitz through those. So passive tree general changes here. we have that there is a new fire damage with attack skills cluster to the passive tree, southwest of the Marauder start. Lava Ash has been moved into it, which contains two other notables. Settling Ash, which causes nearby enemies to be covered in ash if you haven't moved in the past 2 seconds. Now, this is something that fits thematically with some of the ways that people might have played the Chieftain in the past. So this is... Chieftain doesn't really have any strong tie to fire damage anymore. There's an Armor Who Flames Advance, but I think that's such a bad node that you probably don't want to take it anyway. So basically, these are just some extra things that you could use on any elemental, like on any fire damage with attacks build. And then we have Concussive Force, which is interesting. Hit stun as though dealing 50% more melee fire damage, and ignites from stunning melee hits deal 20% more damage. This is something that is trying to push you into playing Ignite Earthquake. Ignite Earthquake, Ignite Ground Slam, Ignite Val Ground Slam, all sorts of interesting stuff that isn't really played at the moment, but that could be potentially used. People are talking about the stuff with Heat Shiver as well. I've done a bit of a look into the Heat Shiver drop rate. Now, there's been a player-run attempt to try and work out all the tierings of the rare items, of the unique items during the last patch. Heat Shiver in patch 3.19 when it was buffed was either tier 4 or tier 5 rarity, and we're not sure which of the two. It is now tier 3. It is definitely tier 3 rarity, which is the same rarity as Cold Iron Point. So Heat Shiver's rarity was multiplied by a factor of 5 if it was tier 4, 7.5 if it was tier 5. Give or take a little bit on those numbers. It's not a staggeringly rare item. I wouldn't be shocked if Heat Shiver got made more rare, but I'm generally not for it. I think it's fine at tier 3 for items like Cold Iron Point, Heat Shiver to be very good on certain builds. Heat Shiver is something that has been making builds that otherwise wouldn't be playable. That's why I like it. If Heat Shiver was a bigger percentage of the meta than it is, then I would advocate a nerf on it. But at the moment, it's not turning good builds into oppressively good builds. It's instead turning bad builds into, or it's instead turning marginal builds into good builds, and I'm fine with that. Okay, so let's have a look at the Ignite and Bleed duration cluster that's being added. Southwest of Marauder start. Notable cauterization causes bleeding enemies cannot inflict bleeds on you. This is just not reliable, and the same for Ignites. This is probably not worth taking even if you want the rest of the cluster. And Harvester of Foes have been moved around a little bit to make space for it. Now, these changes to the topography of the Atlas passive tree in this area might change some of the stuff that I discussed in a separate video on the duel, the Red Nightmare. The Red Nightmare looks incredibly good in patch 3.22. This is one of the Uber Chayula drops, and it can also be made from regular Chayula drop called the Red Dream with a Chayula's Blessing applied to it. So this item, the Red Nightmare, is really, really good in Marauder West Southwest with the 8% fire resistance tattoo from the League content. This may change how powerful that's going to be. All of these little changes that are happening here. So we have now added a new fire damage with attack skills closer to the passive tree, southwest of Duelist starting location. Again, I think in general, fire damage with attacks has not been a strong build for a long time. So they're trying to give it a bunch more support. There is definitely some support that's being added for Ignite Earthquake here, but let's just have a quick look. Invigorating Blaze is 10% fire dot multi with attack skills, which is a very, very good node. Like, you're definitely taking this cluster if you're playing that. And also recover 2% of life when you ignite a non-ignited enemy, which is meaningful. Champion of the Cause has been moved to Lava Lash's old location to make space for this new cluster. So Champion of the Cause and Bannerman is the champion area cluster for aura effect, and also, so there's Champion of the Cause specifically is auras for you. Bannerman is auras that impact your enemies, i.e. Pride, and also I think banners as well. That's just moving around to a spot that is actually no worse on the passive tree. Lava Lash's old location is fine. So this might be a tiny nerf for some builds. It's not likely to be a buff for anyone, but I don't think it's a big change in general. Most people won't notice this change. It just means you'll get Champion of the Cause a couple of levels later, but you don't usually take that early. So we have Magmatic Strike's notable passive now no longer provides 10% fizz added as fire. Instead, every 10 seconds gain 30% of fizz added as extra fire for 4 seconds. Like, I mean, the numbers on this are now 20% better than they used to be, but I prefer what they were. I think most people will say they prefer the old version of Magmatic Strikes, even though the new version is technically higher average damage. It's one of those things that these unreliable buffs are they're frustrating. They don't play very well unless they've got like two different benefits, like Heartstopper and the Trickster. There's two different benefits, but they mostly do the same thing, just different takes on the same thing. Those ones work. If this instead said every 10 seconds gain X% of fizzes of fire for some time, then X% of fizz as extra lightning for some time, then that would have some use. If it was always giving one of those benefits, but you couldn't control which. Instead, like, this is just going to feel so bad when a monster goes into an invulnerability phase for that 4 seconds, then comes out at the end of that. So these are just, really frustrating things. Here's a PathOfExile subreddit in shambles. Who would be surprised? There is a reason Grinding Gear Games left that place. And it is a news source, but it is not a spot that is genuinely particularly conducive to useful discussion, because basically the main problem with the PoE subreddit is there's a bunch of people who are bitter ex-players who just hate the game now and just want to just start fights and argue all the time. And those people would normally get banned from a functioning subreddit. Like, eventually, you'd warn them a couple of times and you'd say, cool it, stop starting fights, stop being obnoxious, and eventually you would then, ban them if they didn't do it for a long time and they just kept coming back and being obnoxious. It's like, for instance, if I'm someone who has no interest in Australian rules football. It's a popular sport, does nothing for me. If I went into /r/AFL and I started saying, this game is terrible, go play soccer instead, then that I would quite rightly be banned from that subreddit because I'm just being a waste of space in it. The PathOfExile subreddit mods haven't done that, and in doing so, they have driven away a lot of the more positive commentators, and they've driven away Grinding Gear Games as well. So anyways, it's become useless, and the PathOfExile subreddit should mostly be ignored except to get factual news. The other thing that's a real problem with the PathOfExile subreddit is that people weaponize complaints there. You will get mistakes that are made when you'll get comments that are made on the PathOfExile subreddit that look like they're a rant about the state of the game, but they are completely designed to be an intervention into a trade league economy. One of the ones that really comes to mind for me was when someone made a post claiming that mirror shards and fracture shards were the same rarity as mirror shards. This was just and they fabricated all sorts of evidence for this. They fabricated 1,000 Harbinger runs and 1,000 Harbinger maps and all this sort of stuff. The whole intention of that post was to cause the price of fracturing orbs to skyrocket in the league, because guess what? Someone had just bought them all. The PoE build subreddit is a much better place. And the other thing is that PathOfExile subreddit being in tantrum mode all the time makes it harder to see when there is a genuine problem. Because sometimes there's a genuine problem, like days 1 to 10 of Calandra League. And if you look at the PathOfExile subreddit, days 1 to 10 of Calandra League, it looks the same as it does day 40 of Calandra League. But day 40 of Calandra League was fine. And, all the problems of days 1 to 10 were fixed. And so, it just ended up with that it looked like there was this permanent crisis, but actually the league had been fixed by that point. So, it's become a complete and utter mess, the PathOfExile subreddit. That said, that doesn't mean that every individual post on it is in bad faith. Some people will look at these patch notes and be disappointed. Like, it's not like there's sweeping balance changes. There's, Vengeance Cascade is going to get taken out the back and shot, and we're about to see that in a sec. But Vengeance Cascade is one of those examples of things that, like, there's people who loved it. There's people who are going to be disappointed that Vengeance Cascade has been nerfed so hard. And those people, their opinion is justified. Like, I disagree with it. I think Vengeance Cascade needed a nerf. But that's fine. The thing is that the PathOfExile subreddit, anything that is not in tantrum mode gets downvoted, censored by downvote, basically. Anyways, that's enough talking about the PathOfExile subreddit. Yeah, it has become a much worse place. Honestly, I have my suspicions that it became a much worse place when the harvest changes happened. Not because that was the first time I saw weaponized complaining by veteran players, where veteran players started making bad faith comments about this is going to be a gutting nerf for casuals, this is going to destroy the game for casuals, when actually they were just mad that it meant that they were losing out on their 10 mirrors week 1 strategies. Their 10 mirror week 1 strategies were all gone, so they were just in full tantrum mode about it, and they tried to rile up casual players to be angry about changes to crafts that were so rare they never saw them. Okay, so rants about the PathOfExile subreddit aside, let's get back to the actual game itself and the changes that are being made. So, I still think that this sort of support for Ignite with attacks is considerable here. I don't know if it's enough or not, and I don't see a cohesive setup. I don't see a cohesive setup around the new chieftain or otherwise for an Ignite-based build, or for an Ignite-based Earthquake or Ignite-based Vile Ground Slam or something like that. We shall see exactly what is going on there with it. Okay, so let's go to Vengeance Cascade is being taken out the back and shot. Then the corpse is being dug up and shot again. And this is one of those nerfs that everyone saw coming. Now, we have quality on the anomalous faster projectile support is no longer going to grant anywhere near as much chance to return. So basically, what they're looking at is all of the low opportunity cost ways to get projectiles to return are getting big nerfs. That's substantial there. And we finally have a nerf that I expected would have happened a lot earlier, actually. Strength of Blood Keystone is getting to be... a Strength of Blood Keystone is getting changed to deal with a lot of the Immortal builds. So this is something that you've probably never used this unless you've tried to delve to 6,000. But those people who are delving to 6,000 are going to be in shambles over this. And I don't know what the new Ultra Deep Delve meta is going to be. Strength of Blood used to provide 1% less damage taken for every 2% life recovery per second from Leech. It's now instead going to give physical damage reduction, which is just terrible now. But it's not something anyone was using except in really degenerate ways. So yeah, that's interesting. Okay, so questions come up about how does Reduced Duration Gem, the new one, so Sadism support, interact with Earthquake? I believe it only interacts with the ignites or bleeds that are inflicted by Earthquake, so I don't believe it's going to change the default duration of the Earthquake gem itself. So for those of you that aren't familiar with Earthquake, the default behavior is that you make your attack and you get a small attack first, then 1.5 seconds later, you get a much bigger attack with Earthquake. So that's the way that it's set up with, that's the way that Earthquake is set up to happen. Less duration support will then reduce the time between those two pulses, which is actually a damage buff on Earthquake. However, Sadism support is going to make the ailments operate faster. I don't think it's less skill effect duration though, so I don't think it's going to actually work the way you want it to. Next we have, and someone's pointed out in chat, the Vengeance Cascade and Spectral Throw will be funny. I think that's right. 150% increased projectile speed on Spectral Throw only when it's coming back to you is going to be hilarious. So that's going to be crazy. We'll see exactly what's going on there with that. Totems taunt enemies around them for 1 second when summoned Totem Mastery has been replaced with 1% of physical attack damage dealt by your totems is leached to as life. This is a buff for most players. So you do not want your totems taunting unless you want them taunting. So in other words, you want your build to be ready for it when your totems are taunting. It was generally really detrimental to have totems taunting. Most people would never have taken that mastery. However, physical attack damage dealt by your totems leached to you as life is something that's genuinely useful for builds that want to have just a little bit of extra life recovery, whether they specialize in Ancestor totems or not. Whether they're using their Ancestor totems as a buff, or whether they're using them as a primary damage source. I think this is pretty good. Chieftain skills for strike and slam skills. For strikes, I am keen to see Frostblades. Frostblades with Heat Shiver, because apparently it seems like Heat Shiver has survived this patch. So yeah, that's the thing that I think is interesting there. So yeah, the taunt is something that you only want taunts if you're ready for them, and especially 1 second taunts are really, really dubious. Like, that can cause a boss slam to go in a weird way, or a rare monster slam to go in a weird way when you're not ready for it, but it can also expire before the boss's slam goes off, and that's why it's so dangerous when it's only 1 second. You get 4 seconds from the Moon's Presence node in the new Chieftain. 4 seconds is a lot safer, because your totem is probably dead by then. It is the case, though, that, yeah, like someone saying in chat, that the taunt did have the benefit of causing you to take 10% less damage. So, for those of you that aren't familiar, whenever a monster is taunted, that monster deals 10% less damage to everything except for the target of its taunt. So you have to factor that is a factor there as well. So decoy totems are different, because decoy totems you strategically place. You know, I am going to drop this totem down, I'm going to control where it goes, I'm going to control when it gets dropped, and that means that you can time it around a projected boss taunt, which is something you aren't doing with a 1 second taunt on summon with an Ancestor totem that you're summoning because you need it because you're a melee player. So that's the sort of messy situation there with this totem mastery. It's the reason it wasn't a popular mastery, and now it's got something else that's real. Leeching attack damage dealt by your totems to you as life is genuinely useful. Alright, so let's jump on to the skill balance section. Temporal Chains now has 25% slower instead of 40% slower on other effects on cursed enemies. Hello, this is a poison nerf. This is a poison nerf that is hidden in a way that makes it look like it's not. That's like, it doesn't seem like it is a poison nerf, but it is. And there is also a small amount of self-cursing with Headhunter that still exists, but this is mostly aimed at making poisons weaker. And that is going to be the second nerf poisons have taken in 2 leagues. Poisons were staggeringly strong in Sanctum League. They got nerfed, actually all chaos damage over time. Like, there was a nerf that poison deserved in 321, but it hit a lot of other things that didn't deserve it. So pretty much all sources of chaos damage over time got nerfed by the Wither changes that happened in 321. I would like those changes to be undone now, because Temporal Chains was the problem. And there's one of those cases where Temporal Chains was what needed to be... Temporal Chains was needed to be fixed for a long time, and was just, yeah, making... It was the problem. What they've done is they've gone and nerfed something else that wasn't the problem, and now they've solved the actual problem. I'd like them to undo the nerfs that they made to Wither. Anyways, that's the side thing. This is a nerf to poison builds that is probably manageable. Someone in chat is pointing out that actually the taunts were completely bugged. But yeah, that's also a good point. This is going to hit Bane as well. That's unfortunate. Bane needs some support. Bane got caught in the crossfire. Bane and Solrend both got caught in the crossfire of those changes that happened that were targeted that should have been targeted nerfs at poison. They ended up hitting Bane as well. They hit Solrend as well. Skills that didn't need it, and I wouldn't mind seeing those be undone. Val Summon Skeletons now summons 1 Skeleton Mage at gem level 1, scaling to 5 at gem level 20. Ah, okay, that's just a leveling change to Val Summon Skeletons. Val Summon Skeletons is incredible. If you're playing a minion build and you can get your hands on a low gem level Val Summon Skeletons, do so. It's really good when you're leveling, just to give you a huge boost of power. So if you're actually leveling as minions, I know a lot of minion players level as a spellcaster, but if you want to level as a minion build, if you can pick up Val Summon Skeletons early, it's great. Dual wielding with Whirling Blades, you now attack with both weapons, dealing the damage of both in one hit. This is neither here nor there. People use Whirling Blades for other reasons. They are not using it for... they're not using it in here. So I'll come to that, Mankmal, I'll come to that when we get to the Ruthless section, but I would assume that it is the Ruthless version only. I'd assume it's only the Ruthless version that's being changed. Ruthless support now causes Ruthless blows with supported skills to deal more damage with ailments caused by melee hits, previously more damage with bleed. So again, this is more support for Ignite. Ruthless support is fantastic for Ignite, or at least now that it works. Again, this is more of that support for some sort of Ignite-based build that is using Val Ground Slam, or Ground Slam, or Earthquake, or Val Earthquake, or something like that. There's a lot of support for this, and it's just going to be a matter of messing around until we find it. Maybe it's Earth Shatter that ends up being the best of them. Something is going to be done there with it. We've got to play around with it. Combustion support now has intelligence and strength requirements instead of pure intelligence. This is a buff. This is a big buff for, again, that exact same type of build we're talking about, because when a gem has two different attribute requirements, those attribute requirements are substantially lower. So instead of having a high intelligence and no strength requirement, it'll have a medium intelligence, medium strength requirement, and generally speaking, you will meet that just with your incidental gear. So that's a big buff, again, aimed at this Ignite-based playstyle that they're trying to build. Unseen Strike, triggered by the Hidden Blade unique dagger, no longer has a cooldown of 500 milliseconds. This could be a huge buff to this item. This item is the one that causes... This is an item that, it's a weapon that just functions unlike anything else in the game. It seems to create an aura that just attacks monsters around you at random times. If its cooldown is gone, I think that could be much better. And they've added the Orb tag to the Cremation skill gem. This is a big deal. I think there's more changes to this as well. So I'll have a look at this at some point. Now, Unique Balance. Elbron's Warpath now has Summon Skeletons, cannot summon more than one Skeleton Warrior. This change affects all of the new versions. Oh, so that's a nerf to Elbron's Warpath. Wow. I wasn't expecting that. I didn't think that was all that good. Okay. So now, let's have a quick look at item balance sections here. So, the Delve exclusive shield prefix modifiers that are +3 maximum fire, cold, or lightning resistance no longer roll. This mostly matters for the ones that drop fractured. It was possible to get these as a fractured item. They still drop, this mod can still roll as a suffix, but this is going to be not really a significant nerf to Delve loot, just a tiny one around the edges. I don't think this is a big deal. There were definitely use cases where these were really good, but they're pretty niche, and I think what they're trying to do is harmonize that this is always a suffix. There's a couple of other things where there's different spots, like prefixes and suffixes, that do fundamentally the same thing. For example, there is the Delve suffixes that cause physical damage suffered by your character to be taken as a different element. I did a video on that a while ago, a crafting video on crafting those at various budgets. Those are available as a Delve mod as a suffix, but also as a Red Blade mod only for fire as a prefix, which is a bit crazy. Hidden is when you gain phasing. Okay. We'll have to have a look at that in a sec. Yeah, there's Unseen Strike with Trauma. I really need to... I need to do a deep dive into Unseen Strike. Basically, the Hidden Blade is just such a weird item, and it's something that I need to research a lot before I talk much about it. The Veiled mod, which grants increased duration of ailments you inflict while focused modifier, has been giga nerfed, but this mod is still so good that it's still mandatory to use. So, it's one of those things where this is one of those stats. This used to be even higher again. It's just one of the most powerful mods in the game. Like, the increased duration of ailments you inflict while focused, the numbers were so high on it that even with 36 to 40% as in rolls, it's still going to be really good. That's crazy. The Orb tag is being asked about for Cremation. It's something that, there are some limits applied to it. It's something that has some rules attached to it. I need to research that. I can't answer that as yet. There's a bunch of different shenanigans with Hidden Blade and Squire. It's definitely had a bunch of really cool stuff. Flask modifiers that grant a percentage of life recovery to minions now grant much higher values to account for minion life scaling to higher values for players, particularly endgame, and they're now going to raise up to 200%. And the Crucible passive skill that caused totems to explode on death, dealing a percentage of their life as physical damage, has had its values divided by 20. This change affects existing items because you can't get them anymore. So the totem explosions are getting exploded. That's right, it's only one. Oh, it's only one orb per player. Oh, wow, that kills Cremation, doesn't it? That kills Cremation as a leveling skill and as an early simulacrum skill. I think that's I think that's an actual killer. Yeah, you're right. So 95% less damage, and it's like the weird thing is it's probably still okay. It was so overpowered. It's probably still adequate, even with the 95% nerf. All right, so we're going to get to the Ruthless specific changes now. I want to quickly talk about what I think Grinding Gear Games' intention with Ruthless really was. One of the things that happens with and this also applies to solo self-found, it also applies to hardcore. One of the things that happens with PathOfExile is that a lot of unique items are only exciting for the first couple of thousand of them that drop. So if you get the first Chevron's wrappings in the league, it's a massive drop. If you get the 734th Chevron's wrappings that drops in the league, you can still sell that for a lot of currency. But if you get the 16,223rd Chevron's wrappings, it's still just as good as an item, but it's not as exciting a drop, and it's not worth very much in trade because demand for the item has already largely been met. The only people who are interested in buying it are people who are willing to do big gambles like double corrupting it. What I think the intention with Ruthless was, and what the intention with Solo Self-Found was, and what the intention with Hardcore is, and this is most successful with Solo Self-Found, they want to remove the most efficient players from being able to interact with the less efficient players. That means that more of the less efficient players have a chance to get one of that sort of 2,000 Chevron wrappings that are super, super exciting and super valuable as drops, and that the more veteran players will get less of a share of those, and the newer players will get more of them. That's the reason I think they build hard modes in general. The thing with Ruthless is that the hard mode that they've built hasn't quite appealed to the players that it's aimed at. Hardcore used to be the main hard mode. Then around about 3.3, the game started getting progressively more rippy. They started balancing more for softcore, and so there were more and more surprise one-shots being added. Also, 3.4 and especially 3.6 had tech issues at the start that resulted in a lot of deaths. That took a lot of players who had previously played hardcore out of hardcore. They just lost interest in hardcore as a game mode. During this period, Solo Self-Found started filling that itch for a lot of people. However, Ruthless has not really taken on. I like Ruthless, but I don't want to make content for Ruthless because if I put up a video for Ruthless, it gets 2,000 views. And 2,000 views makes about like five or six Australian dollars typically. So if I put 3 hours work into a video and then make $1.50 or $2 an hour for that time, and even then 3 hours work isn't a lot for a video, that ends up being something that's just completely unsustainable. I can do it a little bit for fun, but it's just something that there's no market for content for Ruthless, which means content creators haven't tried it, or maybe they've tried it, but they haven't really gone hard on it. It hasn't really worked as a successful. It hasn't really worked as a successful game mechanic. What I think it's missing, Ruthless is really missing the ability to progress a little bit more. I'd like to have more variance from map to map once you get to yellow tier maps. The killer feature, I think, of PathOfExile is that in PathOfExile, one map is very different to the next. So let's say that you're running one map where it's a Crimson Temple map and you've got map mods on it that mostly make monsters more durable. So you're running this with the jackpot drop is the Apothecary. You're hoping you get an Apothecary. Maybe you've also got some semi-jackpot drops like the Enlightened. Then your next map that you run, instead you run a Strand. Here you have different jackpot drops, or less of them, but there's still jackpot drops there. And instead you have very different map mods as well. The experience from map to map is very different. In Ruthless, the experience of maps is much more homogenized. The maps are much more similar to each other because, yes, the tile sets can be different, but the rewards are all the same because there's no divination cards. And also, the map mods, you have much less agency over them and you, on average, have less of them. What I think Ruthless really seriously needs in order to get going, in order to be a popular choice with a section of the player base, is that maps need to drop rare a lot more often than they do. If maps dropped rare a lot more often, then in that case, Ruthless would actually start having some of that diversity from map to map. And additionally, Grinding Gear Games should add in some carefully selected, carefully curated subset of the divination cards so that it's clear. If you want to get essences, then you can run essence content or you can run this specific tile set. and it's the only tile set that's going to give you the Essence Divination card. It's not going to come up very much because it's Ruthless, and we're stingy on loot and Ruthless, but there's going to be a bunch of stuff that you can play around with. That would make Ruthless work. At the moment, I don't think it does. But Ruthless is highly worth playing up to level 75. After level 75, I think it really falls off. Anyways, that is the stuff about Ruthless specifically. And one of the key things with Ruthless is that the reason that it's so much fun up to level 75 is that in the base game, if you're running Act 3 in the base game, you are compiling a character. You're putting together the pieces of a character powerful enough to do Act 8. Whereas in Ruthless, you're putting together the pieces necessary to beat Act 3. And that's the thing that makes it feel very different. Then, of course, once you get to yellow maps and you start having to spend all of this currency on making maps rare, that ends up being the thing that makes it much, much less fun, I think. Okay, so what they're changing here, the Eternal Labyrinth is now going to give Ascendancy passive skill points in Ruthless. So this is something that wasn't the case previously. They're basically giving you the 4th Ascendancy that you've got in the base game, but they're nerfing a lot of the stats in there. So we're now going to have a quick look at the stuff. I'm just going to quickly answer a couple of quick questions coming up that are about unrelated things, and we'll come back to this. So the Crucible change from the Sanctum change for immunity over 100 units. 120 monsters are already immune at 120. So this means that monsters have basically 20% more. There's about a 20% smaller radius that you can hit monsters. It's about 1.15 screens, I believe. Okay, so now we're going to go through the rest of the stuff here that's coming up. So basically, some of the biggest numbers on the Guardian Ascendancy are lower in Ruthless because of this change, but the Guardian Ascendancy is mostly the same. Hierophant just looks like it's all lower numbers here, pretty much, isn't it? You're getting Arcane Surge after spending a total of 200 mana, but you no longer gain 20% more spell damage. So Hierophant, that's a lot worse. Illuminated Devotion is now increased area of effect when you've got Arcane Surge, is instead giving you only 8% spell damage. So yeah, the Hierophant package is a lot weaker. It's granting you the 3 charges instead of 4, so you're getting, yeah, Conviction of Power is still very strong. It's just a bit weaker than it is there. And then we have a bunch of other stuff. Mac is asking about craft beers. I am very plain when it comes to beers. I'm actually someone who will just have cheap basic lagers usually. What do we got here? Totem, yeah, it's just a lot of numerical nerfs there to the Hierophant that are going to make it so that you'll still have the feel of a full character with 4 Ascendancies, but every single point is going to be a smaller boost. This is going to mean that the acts are going to be a little bit tougher in Ruthless, but I think they're trying to go for roughly the same power at endgame. But I think the key thing with the Ruthless changes is that most of these are just numbers that have been entered differently into a database. A lot of people think that because there's like 50% of the patch notes in text is the stuff about Ruthless, that's going to be the case in, that it's 50% of the effort. It's not. It's probably 2 people spending a day going through all of this and putting it together. And I think it's, like all of this is just basically the same stuff, but just lower numbers. Spellbreaker, for instance, not having 20% suppression is really quite mean. Soul Drinker is just providing the 1 effect. And Polymath is massively worse in Ruthless than in the base game. So, that gives you a sense. Tricksy, you probably don't even want Polymath now. No, you might. You might still take it, but it's Polymath is a recovery cluster rather than being a recovery and damage sort of omni cluster that does everything. So lots of interesting stuff there, but Elementalist node in Ruthless is stronger than it is in base game, is it? I'm just gonna have a look at that. So is this Ascendant? No, it's not the. Is this Ascendant Elementalist or is this Elementalist itself? I'm gonna have a look at that because that would be interesting if that's the case. I do think, like I said, I think the core problem with Ruthless is not anything related to character power. I think they got that in a good spot. It's map diversity. that's what they need to fix. They don't need to bring all of the divination cards from the base game, but if they bring in some of them, then it will make maps feel different to each other. If they bring in the ability, if they make it so that maps drop rare much more often, and you know, the ability to remove mods from maps is pretty hard, it's going to be quite different. You got 10 fortification instead of 20 from fortitude. You know, it's like all these numbers are lower, but they're still looking pretty interesting all around. Like there's stuff here. I want to look at this elementalist stuff that people are talking about. Bob Manor, what they did was that Ascendancies, you only got 3, so you got your Merciless Labyrinth and that was it. They're now changing it so that you also get your Eternal Labyrinth. But all the mods are weaker individually. So Elementalist, you're saying, is something that's a bit stronger here. Yeah, elemental damage you deal with hits is resisted by lowest elemental resistance instead. Heart of Destruction's interesting. That is different. In some ways, that could be better. I could see that being better in some cases. It's only for hits, and Ignite's the usual case there, but yeah, there's Shaper of Flames. And Ascendant Elementalist, I think, was the other thing we wanted to look at here, because people were saying it's... Oh yeah, Ascendant Elementalist does some interesting stuff as well. So, yeah, like I said, I think that the stuff with Ruthless in general is that it's there as a way to try to remove the most efficient players from interacting with the rest of the player base, in order to give the rest of the player base more of the really exciting drops that happen early in a league. It hasn't succeeded in that. Still a case that Solo Self-Found has succeeded in that more than any other hard mode, and that Ruthless just isn't... It feels like it's not polished, and the polish it needs is having more rare maps drop. So, Shaper of Flames no longer grants guaranteed Ignite. Oh, wow. Oh, yeah, ouch. Ouch, 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 ouch. So that's... It still has non-fire damage, has the capacity to ignite, but that's actually hard. That's easy to get though. Hits always ignite. It's easy to get that stat on the passive tree. The passive tree is still the same than outside of Ascendancies in Ruthless. So all of the fire dot multi clusters pretty much have ignite chance in them. Yeah, AGR, we're talking about the 5-ways earlier, and I think that the reason that they didn't nerf 5-ways for so long was because 5-ways obscured what the best builds in the league were. And that they actually wanted to reduce... They used them as a way to suppress information on what the best performing builds were. So PoE Ninja was not as effective as a list of the best builds in the league. Determination no longer causes you and nearby allies to gain additional armor in Ruthless. In Ruthless, it now has... You gain more armor, scaling up... So it doesn't have flat armor. And Grace no longer gains... Yeah, so both Determination and Grace no longer provide flat armor and evasion in Ruthless, although they do have more of their other stat. So it is definitely worse there, but those were the extreme outliers. Determination was the best gem in Ruthless. Determination was the big drop in Ruthless. In the way that, like, in the base game... Kind of feel like you got a Voidborn Reliquary Key is the thing that can drop anywhere. It's not so rare that it's never going to happen for you. It's really exciting when it happens. Determination was that in Ruthless. So that's interesting there. There's a number of things on the Atlas that are being changed in non-Ruthless. In Ruthless specifically. So that's there, but chance to encounter extra league content in maps now scales with map tier in Ruthless. This is a good thing. This is a good thing that's being made because it's something that will increase the diversity from map to map. But flasks no longer being automatically refilled is just like this thing is just a bad change. Anyways, that's all the stuff there. That's probably all the stuff from Ruthless that will go through there. I think we're now looking at the base game again. Now that we've gone through all the Ruthless stuff. As I said, I did want to quickly touch it, but not go into a deep dive in it because it's just... I feel like the game mode is just not quite there, and it is designed with me in mind. Like, I would have... if they can nail Ruthless, I would have more fun in Ruthless than I do in the base game. But they just haven't nailed it yet. Stun immunity has been removed from many bosses in Path of Exile, including but not limited to Atzuri, Argus, the Val Omnitect, and Betrayal targets. Some bosses now have specific skills that cannot be stunned or cannot be interrupted. Kitava is still unable to be stunned. So there are undoubtedly going to be a few things that people have stunned things out of, like the Searing Exarch and its Bullet Hell, that people used to be able to stun things out of that are now going to be unable to be stunned out of. I am curious as to exactly what those skills are going to be. We're going to figure that one out. Atlas mini-bosses drop far fewer influenced items on death. I actually think this is a positive change here because those Atlas mini-bosses, the items they drop were just trash. You didn't care about them because there were so many of them. I feel like it's one of those rare cases where reducing the amount of loot by 80% will actually make it feel like you're getting more because there's a lot more stuff. Questions come up about my thoughts on Ruthless with gold. Ruthless absolutely needed the transmute shards for progression. I felt that the loss of transmute shards was actually a killer there. One sec, I'm just going to grab my phone. Sorry about that. I just had a message that might or might not be important. It is probably not, because it's on Discord, not a text message. Yeah, these things dropping less these things dropping less items is actually probably going to be for the better, I think. Even though it's going to be less of a loot explosion, but more things that drop from them are going to be on your loot filter because fewer items are dropping. Everyone was just filtering out almost all influence bases because of how many were dropping. Now, the Shaper and the Elder themselves probably still drop lots of influenced items, although that's not entirely clear here. Tainted currency is being shifted away from regular Beyond to Beyond bosses. This kind of goes against the new Beyond Keystone, although I guess that Beyond Keystone is probably being used for XP mostly. This is a big one. Monsters that are unable to be damaged or targeted no longer recover. This is a huge upgrade here, I think. This is a huge upgrade at this point. I really like that. Kitava skeletons in the Belfry boss arena now spawn as magic instead of rare. This is a big nerf to one of the scarier map bosses in the game. Very big one. If that's Kitava skeletons? Oh yeah, okay, yeah. I think they're the ones I'm thinking of. That's a big nerf to one of the most dangerous boss fights in the game. Belfry and Lava Lake have been low tier maps at various points in the past, which they probably never should be in the form they were in 321 or 320. And monsters also got the same nerfs to temporal chains that players did. Kirak mods, done an extensive discussion of these already. Just keep in mind that all the other ones are available as well with the 7th gate if you want them. That is a good point that Tone Nguyen in chat is saying there, that Pox is saying that the less influences drops from Guardians is going to hurt SSF. That is true. I am thinking with a trade league mindset here. It is correct that if you're a solo self-found player, this is going to be a painful change. I do think, though, that the Shaper itself, because Shaper and Elder are the main influences that matter these days, Shaper and Elder themselves don't seem to be affected by this, so they will drop lots of them, and it's mostly going to be a change for, like you say, solo self-found, it's going to hurt. Trade League, which is what I'm playing, it's going to be fine. So, yeah, this is a huge deal, people are saying in chat, for Veritania specifically. Veritania has a fair amount of energy shield and also flies up into the sky occasionally. So the inability to do that, to come back with full ES, is going to be a big deal. And also, no, Drox doesn't. Yeah, Drox goes immune at times. So with Drox's mechanics, a lot of people don't understand them. There's a period where he goes from about 66% to about 33% life, where he channels a purple shield around himself. That is just unavoidable damage mitigation that he's got. You just have to overpower that. But then he also has his flagpoles that he drops down. If he is in the overlap of 2 or more of those flagpoles areas, then he is completely immune to damage. Now, this change is potentially going to stop him from regenerating all of his energy shield when he is hiding in that situation. This is one of the biggest single things in the game there. So yeah, there's a lot of stuff there, and Eradicator is another point. Yeah, Eradicator also flies up into the air, becomes untargetable for a period. All these sorts of things. This is going to be a big deal for Atlas mini-bosses. That the ones that are nasty, and particularly for ones that have that awful map mod, monsters have X% of life added as extra maximum energy shield, because that is an absolutely terrifying thing. So just a question in chat about Drox. Is he immune or is it less damage? If he is in the overlap of two of them, he is absolutely immune. If he is in only one of them, it seems to be 50% less damage. That's my belief. So I think it might be 50% decreased damage then, which, yeah, once you got two of those there, it's a brick. So Eradicator in particular is going to be a huge deal with this. Like, really, all of the Atlas mini-bosses, this is a big deal on. It's also going to potentially be a big deal on a couple of other map bosses that have annoying phases. And also for some specific rare monsters, maybe burrowing rares. I think this will be good for harvest encounters with burrowing rares. So that's a big deal there. All right, let's have a look. Quest rewards are next. This is just gives a bit of a sense as to what gem levels these come online at. So Devour support is going to be a low-level gem. It's available to the Witch for completing the Cage Brute and can be purchased by the Templar of all people, the Shadow and the Scion. Now, at least thematically to me, the Devour support feels so much like a Marauder gem that it just seems really strange the Marauder can't get it. It's probably not mechanically intended to be useful to the Marauder, although it would be. That's really weird. Devour support feels like it should be available to the Marauder. I don't know why it's not there. Flamewood support, which is the one that is the Ignite support thing, Ignite attacks. This is going to be available to the Marauder for beating the Cage Brute and from Nursa, so it's a low gem level. Locust Mine support is now available for completing the Cage Brute from the Ranger, Witch, Scion, and Shadow. So you will have this early in the game. If you want to try out wand attacks or bow attacks and using Locust Mine to turbocharge your damage on Mavale, you can do it for Mavale. Sharp and Cruel, which is in Act 2, is where you get fresh meat support, and it's available from Yena, but not for very many classes, so that's going to be a library job for most people. But then again, the Witch, Templar, and Scion is pretty much all the mainstream ascendancies that are meant to be bringing up your various thingamajigs. Sadism support is available to the Duelist and Scion again in Act 2, and so Sadism is the one that causes you to have faster bleeds and faster ignites. This is really strange to not see this for the Marauder. I have no idea why this is not available for the Marauder. I mean, they can buy it from Yena, but it feels like it should be available as a support gem there. Even more so than the Duelist, probably. Oh, no, the Duelist has an Ascendancy that, like, Gladiator, if you count Gladiator as an Ascendancy, it's there. Volatility is... So the questions come up about what's the difference between Locust Mine and existing remote, not remote mine support. It's changed now, hasn't it? It's high impact mine support and blast chain mine support. The idea is that Locust Mine is very much aimed at targeting your location. So it's more narrow. It's really aimed at targeting your location, and it's probably going to have higher numbers because it's more narrow. That's the sort of reason that it will be a different setup there that's likely to potentially be better. In that narrow situation. Worse in general, worse for map clear, better for bossing. Volatility support, now this is the one that was for Fizz Bleed and also potentially for Lightning. It's offered to the Marauder for completing Sharp and Cruel, and can be purchased from Yena for the Templar, Duelist, and Scion. So this is interesting. I guess, yeah, it's available for the mainstream ascendancies you would associate with Lightning, except for the Witch. Anyways, they can pick it up later. Like, Sharp and Cruel is a little bit before Act 3. Fixture of Fate is Control Blaze. So we're starting to get to slightly higher levels here. This is available to the Marauder. That's who they associate it with, and other classes can get it. Corrupting Cry is Marauder and Duelist. And that's, of course, the classes that are close to the Warcry support on the tree. and that's available from Clarissa for the Templar and Scion. Guardian's Blessing support, so this is the my golems cast my auras for me. This is going to be available for the Templar and can be purchased from Clarissa for the Witch and the Scion. Sacrifice support is only given originally to the Witch, so they're really trying to tie that to the Occultist there, although you can play it on other Ascendancies. Frigid Bond is Templar and Scion for completing the Eternal Nightmare, so this is an Act 4 support and can be purchased from Petrus and Vanja by the Witch. And that's really the only Ascendancies I could ever see myself wanting to use that with. It's cold dot or with or as a link support. If you wanted to think of it as being a link, then it's Templar. If you want to think of it as a cold dot skill, then it's Witch. You would potentially use it with others, especially given that it looks like it's going to have some really good damage on it. Frigid Bond, like I said, I'm not excited for this thing's intended use of using it to augment a linked skill that I'm already using, but I am excited for using it in conjunction with Forbidden Shaco to make a link that is a beam of death that does devastating damage over time, and just forcing a minion to work with it by using Animate Guardian. No, we're back to normal game stuff now. People are asking about Ruthless. We've finished all the Ruthless stuff. I mostly blitzed through that. Returning projectile support is now offered to the Ranger, the Shadow, and the Scion in Act 4. So this is a late support gem. This is not one you can get early. Spellblade support is also Act 4. It's a late support gem. And Trauma is also an Act 4 support. It's also something you're getting late. So that gives a bit of a sense as to which ones GGG think are things that should be avoided for displaying to new players, and which ones are things that they think are something that new players can handle pretty well. Alright, now we've got the rest of the stuff here. It's the user interface changes. We've got the visibility of highlighted nodes when searching the Atlas passive tree. This is a buff. This is one of those UI things that is going to be much better. Craft button in the crafting bench UI is now disabled if the craft would fail. That is a simple change and a good one. Quest objective minimap icons are now the same size on the corner map as the map overlay. It's neither here nor there. Updated the Kirak mission window message that is displayed when you have no available missions to be less... so if you attempt to initiate a Kirak mission when you have no Kirak missions left, then that's going to be clearer. And maps that do not match a valid substash in the map stash tab are now placed into a special substash under Guardian Maps. This fixed a bug where maps with an incorrect tier could be stashed and become inaccessible. So this is something that probably won't matter. This will be a standard thing only for people who have really weird state maps. You can get maps in really weird states. If you have an old version of a synthesis map that was corrupted in various ways, like weird stuff like that. If you Varlorb a map while it's in your stash tab, there's a few weird things you can do with map stashes that might break. So that doesn't seem like it's a major change. Item filter changes, or anything about item filters needs to be read carefully. Item class names for gems have been changed to be consistent with terminology used in the rest of the game. The class previously known as active skill gems is now known as skill gems. Class previously known as support skill gems is called support gems. Existing item filters that reference these classes will need to be updated to use the new names. You should always have a new filter for a new league, but this is the game forcing you to have a new filter for a new league. Then, it's a reasonable change they're making there. They're just making it so they use the same terminology everywhere. Okay, let's go through the bug fixes here. So we have Breach monsters sometimes had too much life when they're spected. They don't anymore. That's a pretty corner case thing, but Spectres are just one of those things that they're in a bad spot at the moment, and a lot of the problem with them is that they require a very fine degree of balancing to work. I think that GGG probably regret making Raise Spectre as a gem at all, because it's something that's caused them a lot of problems. What they've generally done, rather than nerf the extreme outlier spectres, they've just nerfed spectres in general until the outlier spectres are about the right power level. And so then that's just made them spectres disappointing in general. The only spectres worth using are the very best ones. And it looks like some of the very best ones were better than they were intending there. Anyways, we have now the bug where Gore the Grasping Maw was able to pull players to an invalid location. That'd be really annoying, especially if you put a town portal there. If you ever get put into a spot in invalid geometry somehow. It shouldn't happen, but if it does happen, what you should do is Alt F4 or log out macro or log out or whatever. Don't drop a town portal. As long as you know to do that, you've just wasted a portal. But if you don't know to do that, you can brick your entire map. Fix a bug where mirror images of monsters could give souls to Soul Eater monsters. That's an important one. Mirror image and Soul Eater were a mess together. So that's been fixed. That's now bugged. Here's the thing that someone mentioned before, that taunts weren't working properly, and that is now being fixed there. So that's a big fix there. Bug with map modifiers that provide your map with a chance to contain a tormented spirit was not working correctly, so people weren't very excited by Torment in general. Torment has a lot of stuff going for it in this league. Like, there's a bunch of cool buffs to engaging with Torment content. I'm actually looking forward to playing around with it. But we'll see how that works. Fix a long-standing bug where the visual indicator for the explosive radius in Expedition was slightly smaller than it should have been compared to what markers were highlighted. This is purely a visual change. That was really infuriating, where it was just never quite clear which markers you were getting. So hopefully that's fixed. Temp Chains was bugged on unending lethargy labyrinth traps. This is neither here nor there because it's not like you spend that much time in interacting with those. Second Wind socketed in Black Zenith was not working. That is now fixed. That's extremely obscure because no one really cares about that skill anymore, or about that setup. Fix a bug where existing Firestorm bolts would not explode if the Firestorm limit had already been reached before the first bolts hit the ground and exploded. So that's a buff to Firestorm. That was a bug that was hurting it. So, someone in chat is talking, Obu in chat is talking about how the Torment Exiles combo is extremely entertaining. I absolutely agree with that, and you want to bring your A game to that. Like, that is so lethal. That combination of monsters that are Rogue Exiles, which are already pretty dangerous monsters, and got buffed a couple of leagues ago to have a lot more life than they used to have, with Torment Ghosts in them. Those things are crazy. They're not really worth it from a loot perspective, but they are so much fun. They are so much fun to play around with. Fix a bug which caused Leap Slam to always use your main hand weapon to determine attack time when dual wielding. This is going to hurt a couple of corner case uses for it. So Leap Slam is going to be a little bit weaker in some situations. It's not going to affect most players. Okay, so Lightning Bolt was not interacting with Saboteur, which is neither here nor there. The Reservation passive mastery that provides increased damage for each of your Aura and Herald skills was actually providing double what it told you it was going to do. I actually quite like that node, and I didn't realize it was doing doubling up its damage. It was always one of those things that was worth 1 point. It's still going to be worth 1 point. It probably actually was worth 2 points, but didn't recognize it was worth 2 points. Leap Slam stuffing up Tofar Forest Strength is a mess. Like, that's the thing that's, like, you kind of end up in this situation where you want to play a build that's doing slam related stuff, but you also want Whirling Blades to get around or Shield Charge, and there's just no real win with that. It's like Leap Slam needs not to be able to be exerted and not to be able to be interacted with Tofar. That's necessary for those builds to be good. Fix a bug where weapon swapping to a melee weapon while blast rain projectiles were falling would add the damage from the weapon to the blast rain projectile damage. I didn't know this bug existed, but it seems like it's pretty niche, like weapon swap abuse corner case that was there. Fix a bug where maximum leech amount was playing up when compared... okay, so there's a bug with leech. That feels like it's a... This feels like it could be a buff, actually, this bug fix, although I'm not really sure it's going to come up very often. Okay, so fix a bug which caused enemies that have been affected by the debuff provided by Infernal Cry. So Infernal Cry's duration was longer than intended, but it will still be what it's intended to be. I'll have a quick look here. We don't know what the new Tofar does for Forest Strength, no. Mana-Forged Arrow support was not tracking mana spent on triggered bow skills not supported by Mana-Forged Arrows. So that's a fix with Maniforged Arrows is in a really strong place still. Even though Vengeance Cascade's getting nerfed hard, Maniforged Arrows is still going to be fine. Okay, we got a couple of little things. Sentinels of Dominance were not able to use their slam skill more than 4 times. That's been fixed. That's going to be a big buff to Dominating Blow, I think, because that slam skill is a big part of that there. Vengeance Cascade is now no longer providing the 100% chance to return. Instead, it is 150% increased projectile speed while returning. It is really niche now. It actually can be used on Spectral Throw. But yeah. Okay, so fix a bug where life loss was not prevented by a grace period, which was probably killed someone in hardcore in their hideout at one point, but is a very, very niche thing to have happen. Not really going to matter for most players. Hex is supported by Spell Totem and Curse Ground, could be supported by Focus Ballista support. Okay, just looking to see if there's anything. Val Rain of Arrows, display error. Prismatic Burst said that it could display error. Just going through to see if there's anything that is a functional change here. Earthshatter is getting a functional change that was fixing a bug that was causing its explosions to be smaller than intended. And just having a quick look here. Okay. Arctic Armor was able to be obtained before level 16. Like, that's really, really unimportant there. Like, there's a bunch of really tiny stuff here. Okay. Fix some rare bugged items that had more socket links than sockets. Okay, this is interesting. This is one of the first times GGG have actually acknowledged that the ability to change around the Fire Resist plus a Rider mod with the Harvest Craft that changes resist mods, that this is completely intended. So that's interesting. That's really clarifying there. So I'll come back to some of the questions in a sec. Just fix a bug where Reefbane could lose its glow if you died in an area containing a unique fish and resurrected there. Fishwife is going to be going nuts about this. This one's going to be absolutely hilarious. So that's I like this. This one's funny. Just looking to see if there's anything else here. I didn't even realize /metamorph was a chat command. So there's some useless information for you. I use /delve a lot. /hideout is the most useful of these. /delve to go to Nico's like staging area. But /metamorph, I didn't even realize that took you to Tane's lab. So completely useless information there. Sion could get momentum support from Nessa a little bit earlier than intended, but that doesn't really matter. And we have, just looking if there's anything else, a couple of things with the ExileCon 2023 hideout, which unfortunately I don't have. I wasn't able to get to ExileCon. Well, I chose not to go because I was doing some other stuff instead. I wanted to focus on content creation from home. Okay, I think we've got most of everything here. Now what we want to do is to refresh and see what changes are here, because there's always a couple of little changes here. Okay, so there was a typo with Tukahama, and it's in its section, because we skipped over the chieftain changes because I've done a separate video on them. We did sort of discuss them a little, but we skipped mostly over them. Okay, so Elbron's Warpath, it is the number of skeletal warriors summoned with each cast, not the maximum number of skeletal warriors that you can have. Okay, so the tapering damage buff begins when you enter their range and eventually scales down to no damage reduction after 15 seconds. And what's the change here? They now have a tapering less damage taken buff, which activates upon entering their range and eventually scales down to no damage... Oh, no damage reduction. Okay. That's the change there. That's the big thing there. Reword this for clarity. Add a new support gem, Control Blaze. So it's melee attack skills, providing them a chance to ignite. Supported skills deal more damage. For each ignite inflicted with a skill recently, so 4 seconds, the skill deals less damage and more ignite damage. This looks really interesting. Like, this is screaming out, use me with Ground Slam. This is really screaming, play me with Ground Slam. And, of course, we have the Farewell Bex as the final comment there, because Bex is moving on after 10 years there. So let's have a quick look at the stuff that's been discussed about minimal changes and player reaction to minimal changes. Like, were people expecting sweeping changes after we had the highest ever league build diversity? Like, that's the reason I don't think we see any major changes here, is because they got balance into a really good spot. The big changes in terms of balance in this league. So we have the Guardian overhaul, which seems to be a miss so far. We have the Chieftain, which people are sleeping on, but it genuinely has a few good things going for it. I am surprised we don't have Juggernaut nerfs. So that's one thing that I think would have been different. But just removing 5 ways is going to be a huge change. The changes up at the Atlas are a huge change. They're going to make the game feel very different to how it felt last league, especially given that some of the new options are super, super rippy there. There's new support gems, which are going to create a bunch of new builds. There's nothing that urgently needs a nerf. There are some things that could have had buffs. I would have liked, for instance, to see non-poison chaos damage over time given buffs in this league. I would have liked to have seen non-Bone Shatter, non-Frostblades melee get a couple of buffs as well. But overall, I think like there's a number of character build changes that are here because of all of these, one other thing that's a build change is the Sanctum uniques are back too. We haven't really discussed that. I want to make a video, the next recorded video I do that's not related to patch notes will probably be going through all the Sanctum uniques, because there is a lot in the Sanctum stuff. The lack of Heat Shiver changes, it doesn't surprise me. I thought it could have gone either way. I didn't think Heat Shiver needed a nerf. I thought that Heat Shiver could have been nerfed if they made sweeping changes elsewhere. But, yeah, I think that generally they have the core game in such a good spot at the moment that a major shake-up would potentially be a bad idea. So Giovanni is asking for advice for a new player league starter. Can you advise whether you want to hit enemies with a weapon, whether you want to cast spells, or whether you want to do something that's a bit more uniquely PathOfExile? Because that's a big thing there. But yeah, I think that the fact that they've got balance in a good spot where there are literally dozens of builds and none of them are, like, dozens of builds that are doing well, hundreds more that are viable, and no builds that are suppressing build diversity. In that situation, things are looking really good. I think they could have done stuff, like reworking Mind Over Matter archetype is something that could have been looked at. And more defenses in the form of Energy Shield would have been good. But Blood Notch nerfs, Blood Notch not being nerfed is a real surprise. Blood Notch is going to be all out there. Someone's mentioning that they would have liked to see some Gladiator buffs so Champion's not the only duelist Ascendancy. Like, Slayer is good. Slayer is arguably the second best Ascendancy for the 5th best skill in Bone Shatter. And it's the second best Ascendancy for pretty much, for most melee builds. And it's quite good. And it's in a good spot generally. Slayer's the sort of thing that if it got 10% more damage, it would be the top build of the league. The question of will emblems be worth more or less this league? I'm inclined to think that the change of value in Legion is going to be towards Timeless Jewels. Timeless Jewels are going to be worth more, especially middle ground ones. They'll be worth more than they've been in the past, and the XP aspect will be worth less. So that's going to have an unpredictable effect on emblems. I don't think that we're necessarily going to see Maraketh emblems stay at the top. We might see Val emblems jump up. And also, this is a league for... Which one is it that has Supreme Ostentation? Because Supreme Ostentation looks really good. I'm just having a quick look. Supreme Ostentation... Supreme Ostentation's really good this league, and that comes from... I got PoE Wiki. It's... my other browser's got the stupid fandom site coming up first. Okay, Supreme Ostentation is from the Elegant Hubris. So Elegant Hubris is going to be worth more than usual this league because of that. So there's a bunch of stuff there. But yeah, so I think mana builds haven't... Like, the only thing mana builds got is if they're already a Hierophant, they can pull something out of Guardian. Well, now that's not really a mana build thing. There is a new mana build. There is a new mana build here that's available. The new mana build is an aura support, though. It is a Hierophant Ascendancy, and it pulls Radiant Faith out of the Guardian because Radiant Faith has been changed in a way that now is more suitable to being standalone. And then you have a big mana Hierophant's gearing, and then you play them as an aura support. That's a new build that is mana based, but it's not what you're looking for. It's not the traditional Mind Over Matter Archmage builds. They don't seem to have anything in here. So yeah, there's a bunch of stuff. On the question of stat stackers, someone is asking what's going to happen with stat stackers now. There's going to be the gear for stat stackers is not going to exist in this league. None of the for-profit mass production crafters are going to make it, and as a result, I'm actually quite uninterested in a stat stacker this league. I'm going to advise against going stat stacker. The next thing I want to do is I want to go back to something that I did early in the league, where I put out a list of what the top builds were on day 10, and also the same thing but for solo self-found as of as of day 20. So let's just jump into that now. Excellent, that is working properly as I wanted to. What I wanted to do is quickly go through, but with a question on co-op, what you want is one player whose build is doing lightning damage and projecting it to the whole screen and has terrible damage. Lightning Arrow is a good skill for that. Spark is a good skill for that. And your other player is an aura support. That is just so much stronger than anything else. Okay, so yeah, stat stackers, because of the tattoos, no one's going to be people aren't going to be crafting gear for them. The gear will still exist, but it's not going to be deliberately crafted by for-profit crafters. So let's have a quick look through, going back through a video notes that I had from earlier in this league, where we were talking about what was doing well. Ascendancy-wise, Deadeye was the closest we had to a dominant Ascendancy on day 10 of this league. 17% of level 95s, 20% of level 100s. This was because of Vengeant Cascade. Vengeant Cascade is gone, and so Deadeye is being nerfed considerably. Number 1 Ascendancy is going to not be number 1 next league. 70% of these used a bow, 22% a claw, and these were, again, all Vengeant Cascade builds, pretty much. Gladiator, Chieftain, and Assassin aren't doing well in any game mode. Chieftain, I think, will do better this league. Gladiator and Assassin won't. Assassin just outclassed by other choices for crit and poison. Gladiator was just outclassed in general for everything. Chieftain's new, it's shiny and new, and I think it's okay. I think a lot of people are still looking at probably Jug as the best Ascendancy for Righteous Fire. I think Chieftain replaces Inquisitor as number 2, and there's a bunch of stuff we've discussed at extensive length. The key reason being that the ignore resist node is really good against monsters that have extraordinarily high resist, which the game has a lot more of now than it used to. Jug, Pathfinder, Elementalist, Occultist, Necromancer, and Ascendant were all outperforming the average on day 10 of the league, and Jug shot up more than that over time. So there's a bit of change over the rest of the league, but all of those were solid. All those were solid performers, and I think all of them are going to continue to be. And then we have Champion had its niche as well. So Champion had one niche. Slayer has another niche as being the slightly faster of the 2 Bone Shatter builds that were really popular. So there's a bit there. Anyways, I'm just having a quick check if there's any major changes there. So Sean Lindgren is asking, does 7th Gate allow you to have special things like monstrous treasure? I believe the answer to be no on that. Just the basic ones. So the reason, McGurthy, that I think it's Inquisitor will have more damage on Path of Building, but there are just so many monsters in the game now that have unstrippable resistances. 230% fire resist because it's got a Arch Nemesis mod on it, and it's got an altar that's giving it 160%. Those monsters, the versions that base around Chieftain with the punishment curse will deal something like 5 times as much damage as a Juggernaut will do with the flammability curse on them. So that's the key thing. I do think attack-based ignites are a build, but we just don't have the numbers yet. The numbers on the new gems are going to be really important to work out. So just going back through Righteous Fire, Fire Trap, I think now the Chieftain version of this is going to be using Searing Bond. So it'll be Righteous Fire. The way that I'm thinking of building this, I'm not committing to building this yet, but I'm thinking about it. Righteous Fire 4-link in the gloves. The gloves will be Val Caress, and the Val Caress will be... so it'll be a Val Righteous Fire. Doesn't need to be a level 21 Val Righteous Fire. If you can get that, fantastic. So that's going to be a level 25 Righteous Fire in your gloves. You can't use Empower on it, but then you've got other supports. Use at least your 2 best supports for it, whatever the numbers indicate. I think there's 3 excellent ones anyway. If there are only 2, you also have the option, especially on a budget, you can go with 3 plus 1 link. So 3 link is Val Righteous Fire and 2 other things, and then your other gem is Val Impurity of Fire, gem level 18, which then allows you to get the benefits of a level 23 Purity of Fire early on. So that's Val Caress. That's where your Righteous Fire goes. Your chest is going to be a double 6-link with Searing Bond and Fire Trap. Now, Fire Trap would normally link to Trap and Mine support, and you're going to forego Trap and Mine support in order to have Searing Bond instead. This is going to be much more damage than that combination, and because you're a Chieftain, you've also got the Moon's Presence node. Then you have the defensive aspects of your resistances applying across the board. So your increases from Purity of Fire to Max Fire Res are going to apply to the rest of your character. You've got your overcapped fire resistance is going to be life regen, and also is going to be armor because you're going to be using the Formless Flame helmet. And that's basically the starting point. The rest of the details have to be worked out. You might stack armor, then use chaos damage to... then use physical damage to mitigate... there's a mastery for chaos damage is defended against by 10% of your armor. You might use that as well, but all of this are to work out. This is stuff to think on in the next week. But that's Righteous Fire, Fire Trap. That is the new way to play it, but the old Juggernaut versions are still fine. The old Inquisitor versions are still fine, and the Elementalist versions are still fine. I just think that Chieftain will be the second best option for it, behind Juggernaut first, Inquisitor and Elementalist equal third. Okay, so now we have the options of the questions for Val, Lightning Arrow. This is really the Deadeye builds. Like, Lightning Arrow was so good because of Vengeant Cascade. Vengeant Cascade is busted, and Vengeant Cascade builds were the number one, probably the number one build if you took them as a general group of 321. These are going to be gutted, but I think they're still going to be fine. They're just not going to be Vengeant Cascade builds anymore. So that's going to be fine. I think you're still going to be able to play Lightning Arrow. It's still going to be good. And same with Ice Shot if you want something that's a little bit more niche. And for people who are asking about duos, definitely Lightning Arrow with Conversion to Cold and an Aura bot as one player, and your second player is an Aura bot that is providing Hatred and Wrath. Bone Shatter is next, and this was really good. It's not getting nerfed. It's still going to be really good. It's still something that a lot of people will play. Juggernaut is dodging the nerf bat for some reason. Slayer is fine as well if you don't like Juggernaut. Basically, Bone Shatter's in a really good spot. And there's also the Trauma support that might end up if the numbers are appropriately high. Trauma support probably won't go on Bone Shatter, but it'll be... Maybe it will. We'll have to look into that, but it's going to be something that will be good as an way to build your own Bone Shatter as well. So, for instance, if you wanted to play Frostblades, but have Frostblades have extra damage based on the trauma mechanics. Tornado Shot was the next build that did really well, and again, this was something that was carried a lot by Vengeant Cascade, but is still so good that it will be fine without Vengeant Cascade. So, yeah, Tornado Shot really strong. Very bad skill until you've got good gear. Artillery Ballista, widely used on these builds. Again, this just addresses the fact that, and actually, this is the real problem that those bow builds will have, is early league burst damage for bosses. And that's going to be their weakness because they're losing Vengeant Cascade's ability to double hit bosses. Now, something that came out of nowhere last league, it didn't actually come out of nowhere, it came out of Korea. The most popular build that was discussed amongst Korean language content creators was the Kalm's Heart Rathpinth Globe Hexblast Miner. This was considered universally, apparently, amongst Korean language content creators to be the best build of going into 321 as a league starter. Now, these players definitely proved themselves right. They proved that this build is excellent, and it's picked up a lot more interest amongst English language content creators as well. It's not like there were no English language people playing it, but it wasn't being talked about a lot. Now it is, and as a result, this is something to keep your eyes on. Other breakout uniques, Taste of Hate saw a lot more use this league. I think that's going to stay the same. Calm Spirit saw a lot more use compared to Sanctum, which is probably still going to stay the same because it's not getting any changes. Darkness Enthroned got big buffs in 321 and saw a lot more use. Devouring Diadem ended up being much rarer than people expected. And yeah, Calm's Heart was being used again. Additionally, Heat Shiver was made tier 3. I didn't know this at the time of the day 10 video. I suspected it was tier 3, but it wasn't proven. It is tier 3 rarity, which means Heat Shiver should be available day 3, 4, 5 for a price, day 10 for a pretty low price, but we don't know that that's going to stay the same. Heat Shiver might have a nerf to its rarity. We don't know. Okay, so that was the things. Let's have a quick catch up on chat now, having just quickly gone through the things that we said from day 10. If you haven't, Tornado Shot used Vengeance Cascade, didn't it usually? This is a way to get extra info. On the stuff with Righteous Fire, yeah, Pox has so much information about Righteous Fire. Like, even though I think that Chieftain has things going for it because of that stuff with Resist that a bunch of other people don't agree with, I still think that Chieftain is better than a lot of people, including Pox, say. But I think that it's going to be the case that that Pox's guide is phenomenal. It really has a lot of information in it, and so it's one of the best things. And yeah, what Andy is saying there, that there are now English language content creators writing builds based on the same core fundamental idea as those that was popularized amongst the Korean language content creators about the setup for optimizing around Calm's Heart, Wrathpinth, Dissolution of the Flesh, and Hexblast Miners. It's a very strong build. Oh, so Vengeance Cascade, okay, yeah, it affected the tornadoes themselves, didn't it? That's right. Yeah, so okay, thanks for the clarification on that. So yeah, people didn't use it. So that means that Tornado Shot will still be really good, but Tornado Shot is not a build to start unless you are an experienced player. A Hammerface is asking, what's the deal with Elementalist Righteous Fire? The reason it's run is because it's a softcore only build, and it's run because Oriath's End is so much better on Elementalist than it is on any other Ascendancy. So you get these chain reaction explosions. You're weaker at everything else, but your clear is just incredible. That's the reason that it's been popular. So yeah, so that's all the stuff there with the things there. Look, for Hexblast Miner, who was it that was doing some testing runs with this? I would just jump over to Twitch, because chances are someone is leveling it now. That's my advice on Hexblast Miner. If you want to get some sense as to how to do it, I think most of the people play Saboteur, but Trickster will work as well. And yeah, just have a look and see what other people are doing. They'll be able to clue you in on it. I haven't researched it enough. Like, I didn't know the build was a thing. I'd forgotten how much Wrathpinth got buffed in 319. So the key change here was that Wrathpinth Globe was not very good up to 318. Then it got giga buffed in 319. Like, with Calandra, for all that they stuffed up a bunch of other stuff, the unique changes that they did then were huge, and a lot of them were really good. And Wrathpinth got its core stats double and a halved, and that made it into a real item again. Jorgen, that's right. It was Jorgen that had the guide for it. So check Ben's VOD on it, and Jorgen's guide as well. And that's a whole bunch of stuff that you'll have there that'll be really useful for getting a sense on what's going on with the Hexblast Mines. But yeah, it is definitely something. Is there a Pox quality guide for Bone Shatter Jug? No. Is there a Pox quality guide for anything other than Righteous Fire? No. But there are a bunch of things. I like Khan's guide for Slayer Bone Shatter. Now, Khan loves the Slayer Ascendancy. He plays it really well, and he's got a guide for the Slayer version of Bone Shatter. You can adapt it if you want to play it as a Juggernaut, but they do play pretty differently to each other. So yeah, there's a whole bunch of stuff there. Let's have a quick look also while we're at the builds that have done well in the past. Let's have a look at my day 20 video if I can find that one. I think yeah. This is my day 20 solo self-found meta video from, well, the notes from my 321 solo self-found meta video. So I want to quickly go through this as well. we're just going to be jumping through and discussing everything about what the impact of the patch notes is. So this was, this is all of the introduction stuff here that was not particularly important. Juggernaut and Champion, very well suited to SSF. Champion's still fine. Juggernaut's in an excellent place all around. Widely regarded as the best Ascendancy for two of the best builds, and so it's dominant in solo self-found. And this was the case in day 20 of 321. I expect this will be the case in 322 as well. So Bone Shatter was the top build of early league in solo self-found. Mostly played on Juggernaut, also played on Slayer. Universally, two-handed rare axe with Sinvictors to start. And Tanuahi and Carnage Heart are incredibly useful on the Jug version. Carnage Heart is even better on the Slayer, but Tanuahi doesn't work as well there. Ultimately, you want Calm Spirit a lot of the time in these, but that's something that a lot of people don't have early in SSF. Rare items everywhere else, and in 321 narrowly, Kingmaker was farmable, but no one was bothering to do so. And it was the top build for all levels except at the very highest. Righteous Fire Fire Trap was still very popular in SSF as well. Everything that was said about this in trade applies. Vengeance Cascade is gone, so Lightning Arrow is quite a bit worse than it was in 321, but we'll still see some play, just not nearly as good. And actually, its weaknesses hurt it more in solo self-found than they do in trade-enabled. So I think that Lightning Arrow is going to take more of a hit in SSF. Again, Artillery Ballista. Totem Explosions were just starting to really get going around day 20. Like, this is when it was all getting worked out. This build's not going to exist in 322, and it's also not going to exist in Standard because they 95%ed it. Breakout Uniques, Fourth Vow was incredibly good, but very rare and hard to use in solo self-found because it generally wants physical damage taken as Chaos Helmets, so people didn't have that. And while Vengeance Cascade was the closest thing to a Breakout Unique for 321 in SSF, because something could deterministically work towards, it doesn't really count, and it's not going to exist in the same way. So that is the notes that I had from the SSF side of things. So there's... The League probably has 3 days, in Crucible League, 3 or 4 days left in Crucible League, maybe 5. So if you've still got challenges, like I've still got 5 challenges to do in the League. I'm very close to them all. My intentions are that I'm going to go and get a level 100 carry because I've got a whole bunch of currency in League, and then I'll just clean up some of the precision boss kills that I haven't done yet. A bunch of those are fun. And yeah, we've got someone saying that they think even at 5% of previous damage that Totem Explode might still be fine in Standard, which really says something about how much they stuffed that up. Anyways, I think that is the patch notes discussion. Unless people have got... Let's do some questions and answering stuffs at the moment. But I think for just the stuff around Ruthless again, I think that Ruthless is definitely worth trying. But I think that they've just got to make it work, to make it like... Because solo self-found is the same thing. Both of them are about sabotaging your progression in order to have a bit more fun on the path there. Solo self-found just plays better from level 75 onwards. I much prefer Ruthless to the core game 1 to 75 though. It's just so much more fun. But then once you get to the end game, maps are too similar to each other, and they haven't fixed that issue. So that's the real problem. So there's a question Myth is saying about Scorching Ray Totems. Now, I wasn't talking Scorching Ray Totems. Someone else raised those. I'm talking Searing Bond. What is key with Searing Bond is that it scales... It is already competitive with Fire Trap. People use Fire Trap in Righteous Fire builds because Fire Trap is just slightly better than Searing Bond, but Searing Bond is close behind. You'll see there's a bunch of people who are playing in 321 Righteous Fire builds with a double 5-link. So instead of using Fire Trap, Trap and Mine supports, and 4 damage supports, they're dropping Trap and Mine support and sticking in Searing Bond there. All the rest of the gems stay the same. Searing Bond's damage is amazing, and the Chieftain has unique synergies with it. That are the things that make it look really good. So that's a key thing. Someone's asking the question, do I think Controlled Blaze support will have a cap? So Controlled Blaze is the one that causes your ignites to accelerate over time. That is a very good question. I don't know the answer to that, but that is something that generally most of those support gems that have one thing gets better, one thing gets worse, they generally do. So Intensify support, Pinpoint support, all these have a cap already. What nodes for... what are our thoughts on the map pool? It's a slight upgrade, but not much of one. It's mostly the same as the current league. I'm really hoping one of the 2 new divination cards is a sub card for the Apothecary to break up the meta, where currently, like, the best map is it's Crimson Temple again. Like, we know that. Crimson Temple is the best map. It's so far ahead of everything else that it's not funny. I really hope that they change that. Guardian nodes, I can't answer that question because we just need the minion details. And yeah, Sidith's got a comment there that in Ruthless, the issue that I had was that they were outscaling the difficulty of the content they had access to. Ruthless got changed a bunch in 3.21 to address that. So if you played it prior to 3.20, that issue's probably been solved. But if you had that experience in 3.21, then it's still going to be the same. What books are on my desk? There is, we have the Will White Cradle series, the Kickstarter versions of those books. We have book 3 of The Expanse, and we have a whole bunch of Pathfinder 2nd edition books underneath that. Plus one really random thing, which is a history of Germany from 1917 to 23. So one really random thing in there, but a whole bunch of other stuff that's TTRPG related stuff. Crimson Township is gone, Defiled Cathedral is gone, but Crimson Temple is still there, and Crimson Temple was the best of those maps anyway. Haunted Mansion is back as well for Apothecary, but Haunted Mansion does not have 7 years bad luck, so it's worse. Sanctums are going to be harder this league, and that's going to be an interesting one. So someone's asking what's a good build for solo self-found that can handle Sanctums. I still think you probably want to be dealing damage via proxy in Sanctum. Just the ability to fire damage around corners that way is going to be a huge deal. How's the rest of the Atlas Keystones, Gao is asking. There's a bunch of interesting stuff there. So we're about to wrap up, at which point you'll be able to rewind and watch whatever parts of the stream you want. But there's some interesting stuff there. There's nothing that really jumps out as a must-take, except I like the 7th gate. If you allocate all 6 of the stupid gate nodes, you can then take the various Kirak mods. You can choose the Kirak mods that aren't on the Atlas this league. And whilst this is a fairly big setup cost, the ability to run Heist on the map device when it's not on the map device is actually a big deal, because not many people are going to be doing it. Herdy, I have been, sort of mostly full-time. Like, I quit my old job with savings. I'm one of those people who was trying to save up for a house at my old job. I'd saved up enough money that I was sort of always 50,000 short on having a house deposit. Then I was like, the content creation took off a bit, and I thought, I'm going to try this seriously. And I probably make about 70% of the money I need to live frugally off content creation. I'm just sort of slightly spending savings during this period. And then just deciding if things get better, then great. If not, then I'll look for basic work as well. That is correct. There is no Metamorph Atlas Keystone there. I'm not sure about Ruthless Support Gem. I don't know if that works with... I have to look up whether that works with SRS. I'd have to look into that. Yes, Cradle was fantastic. Like, I love how they nailed the ending. So this is the book question that came up before. Unsold is the weakest of the series. It's the first book, but the rest of the series gets a lot better, and it was one of those rare ones where the ending got nailed. Seth is commenting, sick of farming Crimson Temple. I agree. I really hope that there is a sub-card for the Apothecary, so that there... And, like, honestly, I would have been quite happy to see 7 years bad luck removed from the Apothecary maps and given somewhere else, because it's just mad that you've got the best divination card in the game, the Apothecary, once you factor in its drop rarity, and you also have equal third best divination card in the game, being any of the mirror cards, and they all drop in the same tile set. I think that was a complete mess. Question about totem leech nodes. Will it be worth it for spell totems in general, like for native spell totems like Shockwave Totem? I'd have to think a lot about that. I can't really say that. Yeah, SSF Sanctum, definitely SRS is something that did really well with it. There was some person who did absolute legend though, who did the no-hit run in Ruthless, in solo self-found Ruthless in Sanctum League. So whatever they played might be worth a look as well. No, I haven't seen that. Because you got to factor in that I went to bed last night at Like 2 o'clock. The patch notes came live at 8 o'clock my local, and I started this stream about 9 o'clock my local. So I was trying to get online then. Actually, I had a bunch of tech issues, so it started a bit later than 9, but that would have been overnight. I'm aware it's there, but I haven't seen it. Myth is asking what to run on the Atlas. I think as long as your favorite mechanic is not Ritual, run your favorite mechanic. If your favorite mechanic is Ritual, then yeah, probably something else. Scoot is mentioning that I think that because Elva Memories, I assume that by Elva Memories you're talking about Reverse Incursion, the one that gives a lot of XP, that the changes to Legion 5 ways, the Giga nerf of Legion 5 ways, may actually result in more demand for those. I think it will. It will, that Reverse Incursion is going to be seeing a lot more use as a result of those changes. Oh, the Totem Mastery specifies attacks for Leech. Thanks for the clarification, Via. Having a look there. Unseen Strike. Hailberry is asking about Unseen Strike. Yeah, so this is a weapon I need to do more research on. I've never played a build with it, and I don't know the exact mechanics of it. But they've changed the triggered skill, so it could be really interesting there. Okay, so first character for a new starting beginner. What do I want to suggest? Look, Bone Shatter Juggernaut is a really safe call. I think Bone Shatter Jug is a really safe choice. And, yeah. Breach I think is going to be better this league than it's been in a while. Ritual I think is just weaker. So, okay, Kaya is asking what's happening with 5 ways. Basically there's a bunch of limiting factors put on the XP for them. So they're going to be lower. They're going to be lower monster level. There's a hidden mod that raises the XP in them. That hidden mod's going away. There's just a whole bunch of stuff that was causing them to give more XP than they intended are going to be going away. This is going to mean that Legion emblems are more going to be run for the chance of getting Legion exclusive loot, i.e. Timeless Jewels, and less about farming them for XP and producing Timeless Jewels as a waste product. Chayula Breaches, not just Chayula Breaches will be worth something after Legion XP nerf, but also all the other breach loads as well. So there's one thing I think we might see is people running rotations where the group leader runs first a Zoth, then a Tull, then an Esh, then an Ulnatal Breachstone. The group leader quickly bursts down the Breach Lord, and they do it with Maven Witness. Then the group leader drops out, or maybe the group leader opens up a Maven's Invitation, the hidden, just for themselves, and then they do it again. I think that's going to happen a bit more. So it's based on your attack speed now. Okay, thanks Astro for the clarification on how that works. Yeah, so I think that Bone Shatter is the very safest starter. Righteous Fire, you can do Juggernaut, you can do Chieftain, you can do Inquisitor. Don't start Elementalist. Don't do Elementalist unless you've got Ariath Send already. So there's a whole bunch of stuff there, and also Frostblades is really good. Frostblades looks like it could even be good with Chieftain too. So there's a whole lot of things there that are going. And Val Temple is getting changed a lot in how you acquire them. That's the other thing that's a big deal. It has sort of been missed in this. Alrighty, I think that pretty much covers everything. Thank you all for tuning in. I think I'm going to call a stream at this point. If you did miss the start of this, you'll be able to jump back to the beginning and watch it again. And so that's there as an option. Otherwise, thank you all. May your Valobs have interesting results, and I will see you around. I will try to put up a more concise version of this that is a summary at some point. But 5-way Legion content is not completely dead, but it's not going to be where it was. It's going to be something more akin to the a Breachstone, I think. Yeah, Sigma back. Thanks for that Chieftain Searing Bomb thing is definitely on my radar.